Are you ready for the best clash in action the world is yet to see? We have got the Snapdragon Pro Series here for you!
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Howdy champs, my name's Woody and I am so glad to be back for another great day of Clash in Action. We have an amazing show in store for you for this second week of the 5th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We have 8 teams in the arena today ready to battle it out for qualification to a finals bracket with a $50,000 prize pool. And joining me are going to be 2 of the greatest casters in the whole esports scene. Let's bring them on right now. Clash Bashing and Eve Maxey. How are you gentlemen doing today?
Oh, Woody, doing great. Looking forward to all of our exciting action today. We have a really star-studded lineup of teams today, so I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring to the table here.
Yeah, I agree. I couldn't be more excited. Hello to everyone out there and thanks for tuning in once again. We have week 2. We have very different teams from last week, but for sure we will have one winner today that makes it all the way into the season finale already.
Star-studded is right indeed, Bash. We have a team that qualified last week, HTM Esports, and that same organization is going to be back in it again today. HTM NA is the qualifying team that already holds a position in the end of month finals, and HTM Brazil is going to be joining us again today. Let's go ahead and look at the bracket. They're going to be at the very top of it, going up against another superstar squad, Na'Vi. Later on, we will also get to see Quantum Bears versus Synchronic, another golden ticket holding squad. And then 2 other quarterfinal matches happening in the background that we won't get to see is going to be the Sigma Squad versus Milliceme MG and Reckoning versus WBB Space. Bash, what are you looking forward to most about this bracket?
Well, in this bracket, we have 3 golden ticket winners already, so this is a really tough bracket, but we have a team like Na'Vi still looking for any kind of qualification into the World Championship, so this is going to be a very big tournament for them. And then we have a little bit more unknown teams in here, so we can see if they can look to play upset as we work our way through the bracket here today.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So definitely a lot going to happen here today. The first match that we're going to show, I mean, Na'Vi, they're not only, they don't have a golden ticket yet, but a silver one. And HTM Esports, they just won the golden ticket by another team getting retroactively disqualified. So 2 of the best teams in the world, which also goes to show as they are the 2 last world champions that we had. But let's take a look at the whole schedule for today. And then we'll know what exactly we're going to see.
World's qualified team and even world champions. This is undoubtedly a premier series event. The first event going on today is going to be the war between HTM Esports Brazil and Na'Vi. Later on, we'll have Synchronic and Quantum Bears, as we've mentioned before. There's a lot on the line for these matches, though, because it's not only just the qualification for the top-ranked team, but we also have points to award to all the other teams. Even coming in at the quarterfinalist position earns a team 10 points toward qualification at the end of the month. Teams that have the top 4 points that did not qualify by winning an Open Cup will still be able to advance to that $50,000 finals top 8 bracket. So VM Surgical and VM Legacy, Dizzy X and Izos all in the top positions there, but lots of more points up for grab this week. But this first match is going to be kicking off shortly, guys. Not much time left before we go into HTM Esports and Na'Vi. I'm going to be sitting out this next one, but give us a little bit of a preview about what to expect next, Bash.
This is a huge matchup. The former world champions now playing under HTM Esports, Achilles, Celino, Pato, Leo, and Bernal. A few roster changes from that world championship roster, but these guys are so well known, and they're going up against one of the most famous teams, Na'Vi, Kazuma, Klaus, Stars, and Gaku, and Dima. This is going to be our premier matchup of the day, and this can really set the tone as we get into the action. And we're right in here, Maxi. Achilles is going in, and we got Root Riders to start.
Yeah, wow, we're diving right into the action, guys. 20 super barbarians, and that is all to make this attack even faster, because time is going to be what it's all about, which is why we added the average timer for you on the right side, so we can all keep track of the exact times of these teams. Warden ability used by Achilles to support the Root Riders and the King inside of the base, while the Queen is funneling and clearing the one side, and the Siege Barrack troops with the Royal Champion the other side. So far it's looking really good, but in the end, Bash, he has to make his way back into this town hall.
It's always the big risk for this attack. Really, like all attacks in the meta right now kind of circle back to the town hall. Take a look at those super minions now assisting the royal champion, taking out the monolith. We got all the heroes pushing through the right side, and now that town hall is going to reawaken. Does have a couple of free spells so it can slow it down as he finishes off that last scatter shot and the last defenses. This is looking really good. We'll have to see where the time comes in. Remember, we want to be probably under 80 seconds throughout today, and this one's going to look just to be right in there at 1 minute and I think 19 seconds was the final time. Really close to that 120, but I think it was 119 for HTM and Achilles.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think, and that was a really, really fast start. We have to keep in mind that the first attacker is under a lot of pressure and does not have much time to plan out this attack. So very good job done by Achilles, and also Achilles is the newest member of HTM Esports. We talked about it briefly at the start of this match. So HTM Esports Brazil, formerly known as Clash Champs, have won the World Championship in 2023. They're an all-Brazilian squad, and they recently switched out Loop, and he got replaced by Achilles. So it's very important for him to prove his value to the team, and that is why it's even more pressure to be the first attacker in this one. But yeah, he really showed that he's got the nerves and he got the job done.
Yeah, but he's familiar with all these guys. These guys are pretty tight-knit. We do see Bernal also making his way back onto this roster this season. So a little bit of roster changes as we saw some players switch into other teams, and now they are back together, and this Brazilian squad looks really, really strong. But they're going up against this Na'Vi team, and Na'Vi, I'd say last week we talked about Tribe. I think this week Na'Vi is probably like our most popular team that everyone knows and everyone wants to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Even when they were the Queen Walkers, which was their name before they were signed by the organization Na'Vi, they were already one of the fan favorites, which is because they're just very kind human beings. They are extremely creative in their attacking and consistent in their 3-star results. And that is why ever since they joined the world stage in Clash of Clans, they have been a very popular team, and they still are. And they are also very successful. Unfortunately, though, they were not able to qualify for the World Championship yet, and that would definitely be a big upset if they would not get that golden ticket at some point. So they have to try to use every opportunity possible, and this here is one of them, because in the end you will be in the season finale able to gain a silver ticket for the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, that's massive. Woody talked about it a little bit here at our open, but our 4 cup winners will go on to our grand final along with our 4 top points teams. So even if you don't win here today, you will earn points, which will allow you to kind of rack up those points over the 4 weeks and see if you can qualify for that last chance, or not the last chance, our grand final, which will give you a chance for the silver ticket for that last chance qualifier. So a lot on the line, not only if you don't win here today, but you want to keep those points high. So even a second place finish can be really massive. And Gaku is in with a giant arrow into Root Riders. A giant arrow piercing right through the middle of that base. Eagle Artillery is going to activate right now. That Queen's going to charge over there on the left side. Now all the Root Riders are going to go through the right side, and the King's kind of in the middle of all of it. So it all should collapse through the middle of this base really nicely. Keep an eye on that overgrowth, as it's probably going to go near the Town Hall as well.
I think so too. He's probably going to overgrowth the Monolith with the Town Hall and possibly the Poison Spell at the bottom. Yeah, he misses the Poison Spell just by a tile or two, but maybe he didn't even intend to get it. The Root Riders are making their way through this base nicely, while the Super Barbarians and the troops from the Siege Barracks are cleaning the outside. King and Queen also doing a great job. So far, I think it's looking really, really good for Gaku. The most crucial thing at this point for me is that he has 3 free spells left, and the Monolith and Town Hall cannot be frozen at the same time. So he's probably, going to use one on each of them, has one more in the bag, and Bash, this is looking like a crushing 3-star.
Oh, absolutely crushed, but keep an eye on the time as we are 1 minute 10 seconds. It looks to be faster than Achilles by a few, and it is going to be 1 minute 12 seconds. So Na'Vi looked to take the 7-second advantage earlier. Now, if you're new here, you haven't really watched our show or really any Clash Clans esports this season, the tiebreakers come down as such. It's going to be stars first. We see a lot of perfect wars in the current esports meta, so after the stars, it's going to come down to average percent destruction. But if we have a 15-15 war, it's going to be all squared away. So that's why we harp on the time, because the time is our third tiebreaker. So that's something we're going to keep an eye on. And then very rarely, we may see a time tie. I don't think we see too many of those, but we do have tiebreakers in place. And if we get close to that, we'll talk about that at the appropriate time. But so far, we're both with 3 stars and Na'Vi with a slight advantage after our first attacks.
It's interesting that you talk about the possible end of having the same average time, because that's exactly what happened yesterday to Na'Vi in their qualifying match for today. They were playing against VNE Sporting, and after the last attack, it was a 1 minute 14 to 1 minute 14 perfect war. So in that case, the fastest individual attack time will decide, unless the average time rounded on decimals is different. And yesterday it was in fact the decimals of the average time that decided in the end. It showed 114 in the Clash of Clans app, but it was in fact something like 114.2 to 114.6. Wow. I don't know the exact ones, but it really came down to that. So that's why the time is so important, and we tend to talk about that a lot. But yeah, you will be able to keep track of the average time through our new scoreboard there on the right that you can see during the attacks. But yeah, both of these teams are definitely able to pull off these perfect wars, Bash. They've shown that yesterday, because none of them have missed a single 3-star.
Yeah, and we didn't see too many perfect wars last week, but at the end of the day, that's what it came down to, is perfect wars. So that's something to keep an eye on. And really, if a team does make a mistake and get a 2-star, that kind of leaves the door open for your team, the opponent team, to go ahead and win that war. But we also saw where a 2-star happened, and then the other team 2-starred as well. So there's a lot of variables here. There's a lot of attacks still to go. We still have 8 attacks in this war. We're just kind of throwing it all on the table, giving you guys an idea of what could happen here. But Pato's going to come in next, and it's going to be a pretty standard Root Rider attack here. A pretty standard setup here. I did not see the hero equipment, but that's okay. Oh, here we go. Taking a look at the Hog Puppet with the Haste Vial there on the Royal Champion. We got the Healing Tome, Eternal Tome on the Warden. Pretty standard there. We do have Healer Puppet with Invisibility Vial on the Queen and Giant Gauntlet with Rage Vial on the King. So a pretty standard Root Rider setup as he surges through the middle of the base, and keep an eye on the overgrowth as it goes in right there to freeze up the Town Hall and those 2 Inferno Towers, along with the Rage Tower there as well.
Yeah, and for me it's always interesting to see how late these players drop the overgrowth spell, because we have to keep in mind the max overgrowth spell has a duration of 28 seconds. So he dropped it at 2:33, I think. So at a time of 55 seconds total in the attack, it will only awake. There we go, just 1 or 2 seconds earlier. And oh, very nice job here. He freezes immediately and realizes that a lot of Valkyries are going into the Town Hall, and he rages them up so they're able to take this Town Hall down. And that is why this could be a really, really quick one. Using the abilities now, and everything is spread around the base, but yeah, some skellies distracting his troops. The clan castle being the last building, and he actually finishes more or less where his clanmate finished in the first attack. I think it was 118 in the end there, Bash, but still never in doubt of the 3-star.
Yeah, that's about what I had there. 118 for Pato. This one just kind of all came together really quickly. That's what I like about these Root Rider attacks. When you throw in those Super Barbarians on the backside, they just all kind of make everything go back to the same area. And as long as nothing crazy is happening, it usually all finishes kind of all together there, which is really nice. So yeah, I had that at 118, and then we had Achilles at 119, but Gaku a little bit faster. And if Na'Vi can keep just a few seconds ahead of them, they should be in control of this match. But all it takes, and we saw last week, is one building can cost your team 10 to 15 seconds, which is massive in these types of wars.
Yeah, and currently with the 6-7 seconds second difference, that can all be caught up in just a single attack. So we're still very, very equal between both of these teams. But the next attacker for Na'Vi is definitely going to set the tone if they, you know, keep on being that little bit faster and more or less putting pressure more and more onto HTM Esports. But we'll have to see about that. And at the same time, we have the second quarterfinal going on in the background. And just to keep you guys updated at home, MMG is fighting off against the Sigma squad, and so far we saw all triples in that one. 2 attacks each, and all of them were triples. So we're going to keep an eye on the average time there, and maybe it will come down to that there as well.
And I think we had another matchup playing in the background as well. So we'll update you guys as we get that information. But right now we are focused on HTM Brazil against Na'Vi. This matchup is so close. This is a matchup I want to see personally, like in the World Championships. But again, Na'Vi still needs to get their qualification for the World Championships, whether it be one of these final few golden ticket opportunities, or if they get a silver ticket through our event here or one of the last chance qualifiers, they're going to have to kind of scrap their way in there. It would be a weird World Championships to not have Na'Vi included.
Yeah, definitely. I just remembered that they don't have the silver ticket yet. They had it, but then they retroactively got disqualified for that qualifier, so they do not have any tickets so far. So you're definitely right. It is really all or nothing for Na'Vi. They have to try to use every single opportunity. We also know that there's just a single monthly qualifier left where you can directly earn a golden ticket. The others will all be given away in the last chance qualifier. So this is all the more important as Dima is coming in. And Bash, yeah, it's very interesting. Dima, he's not on the main roster for Na'Vi, but he's playing a lot these days. Do you have any idea why?
Sometimes it's just who has the hot hand, who's running well, or maybe it's just something that Dima is doing that the teammates like. The wall breaker does come in here, but the Queen's gonna have to circle back to get access to that wall breaker. We do have a jump spell going in here. A very, very interesting attack here. I was looking for the Root Riders, but there's no Root Riders on this one, Maxi. It's all Valkyries and all Super Barbarians as Demon's troops make their way towards the middle of this base. This is a very interesting approach and a little bit risky. All the spells have to be on point here.
Yeah, but we saw it last week from Rigo Torres. He also brought the mass Valkyries and was really successful there, getting the quick attack that they needed to get a victory here. The Queen unfortunately did go onto the outside, but it was no problem because the Skellies lured her back in. She's now taking care of the double cannon, barely survives, but it's looking really good as the King and the Royal Champion still have the ability. I think Dima realized that this is not going to be in question if it's a 3-star, so he just popped the abilities right away. And Bash, this is looking lightning fast here.
Super, super fast. A really well executed attack. Kind of made this one into like 3 different alleyways. Looks like a minute 14 there for Dima. So Na'Vi should be up 11 seconds average, or total rather. So they are flying through this. But look how this base was taken down here. All the Valkyries and the King up the middle, the Queen on the top right side, the Royal Champion with the Hogs out of the barracks there on the bottom left side. So it was kind of like 3 alleys, and each of those heroes kind of took control of one of those alleys and just absolutely crushed that base. I was a little bit worried about the Valkyries, but as long as your spells are really good and that Warden ability is on time, the Valkyries can just crush a base as we see right there.
Yeah, I think that was very well analyzed there with these 3 alleys that were there because of the big dead zones. That are some wall compartments in the middle of the base where nothing is in there. So we call that dead zones because they are empty. There are no buildings in there, and that's exactly what made for these 3 alleys to appear in the base. And Na'Vi and Dima obviously analyzed that perfectly and took advantage of that with this attack. But as you said, the Warden ability is crucial in this one because Valkyries are pretty prone to traps as they get sprung away by spring traps and also can take a lot of damage from giant bombs. So I think that one key to success here for Dima was to delay the Warden ability as much as possible to protect the Valkyries through the Clan Castle kill, because there were 3 ice golems in the Clan Castle, and we know that they keep the troops in the middle of the base where the damage is the most, and he really needed his troops to survive that.
Yeah, very well explained there. But the 3 ice golems seem to be more of the meta attack. Every once in a while we see something different, but for probably 90% of these bases on defense, we're going to see triple ice golem, and it's exactly what Maxi was saying there. It's to slow up those troops, whether it be root riders, whether it be Valkyries, or even dragons. Like, sometimes dragons can get to that clan castle and destroy it ahead of time, but if the heroes pull out those ice golems, it can really stall up the attack and really make things slow down. But so far it's been all ground attacks, as we've had 3 root rider attacks and the 1 Valkyrie attack there. So we'll have to see if we see any air. And one thing I want to keep my eye on as we kind of get to the latter half of this Na'Vi roster, do they do anything creative? I think that's one thing that can kind of mess with Na'Vi. Sometimes they get a little bit too creative and it can cost them some time. I think if they just stick to the meta, stick to going fast, I think they're going to be fine here.
Yeah, but it's absolutely right what you're saying. Especially Klaus and Stars really love their creative attacks. Also Kazuma, in the last couple of attacks I saw from him, got a little bit creative. They especially like to use the fireball on the Warden. So we sure have to take a close look at the equipment that Na'Vi players will bring to the table in their next attacks. But for now, it is Leo from HTM going in with his next attack. Nice use of the giant arrow with the earthquake, I wanted to say, but he wanted to take care of the spell towers, because spell towers can get taken out by 2 earthquakes in combination with the giant arrow, and I think he was just a little bit too late there. Or did he bring just 1 earthquake?
I want to say he only had 1 earthquake, but also the battle builders were right on there. So if he did have 2, he might have been late, because it felt like it was a little bit delayed there. But he's going to have to fight through the Rage Tower and the Poison Tower, throws down the Overgrowth right as that Rage Tower goes off. So that'll help him kind of defer a little bit of that damage in the core. Now all the Root Raiders are going to work around. We have the Royal Champion on the top side. Queen is doing a great job on the top side. And here come those Super Barbarians from the top. As we approach that 1 minute mark, he's looking really good, but he definitely wanted to get those Spell Towers out of the way. Super Minions out of the barracks, so they should help out inside of this core. Keep an eye on the time here, Maxi.
Yeah, and no more spells is the most crucial thing for me at the moment. The Super Minions indeed help out nicely there with the Monolith, but he has to use the Royal Champion ability, unfortunately, while the Hawks and the Royal Champion are in the poison. But we see the P.E.K.K.A. in the core taking care of the Town Hall. It's not a P.E.K.K.A. actually, it's a Root Rider there, but still, Leo gets the job done. It looked a little bit close there, but a couple of troops still alive to take care of that Rage Tower that he would have loved, I think, to take down with the Giant Arrow Earthquake combination in the start. Maybe he did not bring, or maybe it was an accident that he brought only 1 Earthquake spell, because I think it would have been great value to take care of both of these spell towers, and we saw right in the end that it would have helped him out a ton there, as the Poison Spell Tower not only damaged but also slowed down the Royal Champion with the Hawk Puppet, and the Rage Tower of course increases the damage that all the defenses around it do to the troops.
Yeah, and that one was a little bit slow, might have been a little bit too slow, 1:27, and we're 3 attacks in now for HTM, so this one's really Na'Vi's to take control of. If Na'Vi can get another attack, really anything under 1:20 should keep them in a commanding spot. If they fly at around another 1:10 attack, they're really going to be in control coming into the last 2 attacks. So that slow attack could cost HTM here. And remember, this is single elimination. So once you lose, you are out. You will earn those points, but this is not a double elimination tournament. That will be in our grand finals. We will have double elimination then. But for now, all of our Open Cups are single elimination.
Yeah, very important shout there with the single elimination. One single mistake and you're out. And that goes especially when you're ahead on average time. You might feel secure, but then, you know, just a single slip up, maybe one spell that you deploy wrong, or just a blimp that doesn't make it to the town hall can really cause an attack to fail. And then once you get that 2-star or even a 1-star, it gets really easy for your opponent, as they don't have to take any more risk, they don't have to go fast or anything, they just have to go for the safe 3-star, which for these pros is you know, not the hardest task in the current meta that is quite offense heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a given, but it's a little bit easier for the pros. They know how to break down the bases. They know how to use these attacks, whether it be the Root Riders attacks or even just the Valkyrie attacks. They understand how these bases work. I mean, we've seen in past metas where some of these players, even if it's the hardest meta ever, they can still 3-star with the best of them. So with things just a little bit faster now, it's all about speed. And here we go with Kazuma with one of our more creative attackers. We do see rocket balloons with a little bit of zap action here. And there's that fireball, Maxi.
Yes.
We're gonna have to keep an eye on the fireball action. There's 5 invisibility spells here, which can be used to direct that fireball. Remember, the fireball is gonna go to the closest defense, and it looks like it's gonna go for the scatter shot. Earthquake comes in to finish that scatter shot off. Here comes the Queen's giant arrow across the base, and this is what we're talking about with Na'Vi. They can do some really fun, really creative things, and zaps out that last multi-target Inferno. Now the heroes are going to collapse on the outside, and the rocket loons will be there for support.
Yeah, and the value was just great. He took care of the clan castle, so it doesn't matter which troops were in there. And also he took care of the enemy queen. And now what is beautiful about this is that there are no air targeting defenses. And you can see on the right side, the Warden is still alive, still going strong and taking out defense after defense. Kazuma has so many troops left, he can definitely just deploy everything now, because this is going to be a 3-star for sure. He's 18 minions left, and this is going to be lightning fast this time, really. Just one more building to take care of, and it is under a minute. Let's go! 58 seconds, I think. Wow.
Jeez, that is quick. That is flying. Wow, that's crazy. Man, I'm in shock how fast that worked. Well, that's crazy, Maxi.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see that he didn't. It was too slow even for him to deploy all the troops. You know, he had to deploy stuff, then he had to check out what is actually going on in the base, and he had so many things that, like, there were 3 or 5 buildings left, and he still had 20 minions, which he bought for cleanup that basically he didn't even need.
Yeah, literally just spamming it. I mean, there was like 7 rocket loons there at the end. I was like, where is he gonna put the rocket loons in? Luckily, those rocket loons are really quick at getting into the core, so that was really nice. But 58 seconds, that puts them up huge. They are up nearly 40 seconds. Actually, I think it is exactly 40 seconds here on HTM. And barring anything catastrophic, they are in the driver's seat now. It's going to be very tough for HTM to come back.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, if I was them, I would just say, okay, just triple with the plan that you had, go as fast as possible. I mean, they usually do that anyway. So around 1 minute and 10, if they can get that, then they are still in a position where if Na'Vi just has a slower attack where something goes wrong, but it's still a 3-star, they will catch up pretty quickly. And of course, they can always hope for the fail for Na'Vi, but I think this was their 3rd attack, so yeah, just 2 more options for them to fail. And I think we have Stars and Klaus still left, so yeah, some big names up there coming for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be tough to come back, but I mean, you gotta do what you can. You gotta try to go fast. I mean, for HTM, they've been just a little bit slower in this war. 119, 118, 127, just a little bit slower average, and we've just seen that not only from HTM, but just some of our teams. Sometimes they just are, that 80-second mark just isn't good enough, which is crazy to say. Sometimes it's that 70-second mark. I mean, I think last week, like 75 seconds was like the slowest you wanted to be. So we'll have to see if this week that's going to be the common theme. Like, can we Is speed going to be the bigger issue here? Because so far, these teams are both flying, but not flying fast enough for HTM with like a 1 minute 20-second average here.
Yeah, and Na'Vi is pulling off a 68-second average at the moment, so that is really impressive and way faster than the averages we saw last week. But of course, that is also due to this 158-second attack that we saw. But Bernal, he is also known very much for his fast attacks. He's bringing the spiky ball and the giant gauntlet on the king. Both of them can make an attack a lot faster because the spiky ball hits a lot of targets and the giant gauntlet does splash damage for the king. Now, what I wanted to say earlier is that another clan castle other than the ice golems that we sometimes see are mass archers, and they are specifically to defend an attack like that with the mass dragons, and it is actually coming out of the CC mass archers. But Bernal has brought a single poison spell which usually is able to take care of all of those archers pretty quickly.
Yeah, not only mass archers, but I believe there's a headhunter or two in there as well. But well handled by Bernal with the single poison spell right on top of that clan castle to shut it down. Great freeze there on the left side to protect that dragon from the single target inferno over there. But now all these dragons are going to have to circle back after they finish off all these defenses and go for the town hall. Queen does a great job. There goes the spiky ball. I don't know that the spiky ball got maximum value there as it went to the outside, but the spiky ball does target 9 different targets at maximum level. Does throw in the last freeze and everything's going to circle back, but he's over a minute already. Oh, this is probably going to be about a minute 10, minute 12. Yeah, he's got to go a little bit quicker here, and it's a minute 13 for Bernal. Man, their fastest attack yet, but still way slower than Na'Vi so far.
Yeah, a little bit too slow to put pressure on Na'Vi, but still good that I mean, it was the fastest attack from HTM so far by 6 seconds, so they are showing, okay, we got faster attacks in us, at least, so Na'Vi cannot take it easy. Yeah, you know, the way that I have gotten to know Stars and Klaus, I think that they are going for a fast attack anyways. I would actually suspect that at least one of them brings rocket balloons. Sometimes we see Stars with the hero dive Lalo, or like, we cannot really call it hero dive these days because it's just like, you know, they like compartmentalize the base, dissect it, and then they take care of one compartment with the king, one with the queen, one with the siege barrack, for example, and the rest is Lalo. So kind of a Lalo combination. But I think that the attack style that Kazuma just showed, the fireball attack with the rocket balloons, that is something that also Klaus likes to do a lot. And I think if he, you know, came up with the plan and planned it into every single detail, then he will do it. You know, he will just do it maybe a little bit slower and not put everything down very quickly to make sure that he is more precise, but it will probably still be a fast attack. So they are not going to bring some queen charge then that takes 2 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they definitely have some wiggle room here on the time. They definitely have, if they want to take their time, be a little bit more patient with it, they can do that. Don't make any mistakes here. If you are going to use a fireball, make sure all your bases are covered. The toughest thing with the fireball is making sure all those proper defenses are covered. That way the fireball goes exactly where you're wanting it to. So if we do see a fireball attack, that'll be something to keep our eye on. But with Na'Vi, you never know what you're going to get. They're known for literally the craziest attacks in Clash of Clans, like just mass barge attacks and these loon attacks. They just have a lot of fun. But when it's time to compete, they know they need to turn it on. They need to bring meta attacks. They need to bring what's going to work. And we've seen them do that time and time again. But still, again, like we talked about, they have not gotten any kind of qualification into the World Championship, whether it be that golden ticket or the silver ticket. So this tournament is actually pretty big for them. So I think they're going to be taking this one really serious.
Yeah, and there is something that we saw especially to defend against the fireball attack, and in that case against Na'Vi, it was an outside Tesla that the attacker placed, so the fireball would actually hit the Tesla rather than the defense that was suspected. Oh, but we see Stars coming in with a regular dragon attack, but he's brought a couple of zap spells, so he's probably going to take care of a Inferno Tower with 2 Builder Huts, I would think. But we have to wait and see. Oh, he can actually take out an air defense, the Inferno, and 2 Builder Huts, I think, with that.
Okay, there it goes. Giant arrow goes in. Ooh, he throws in one. Oh, he tried to quake and get the multi with one lightning. He does get the mono down there in the middle, but that other multi-target inferno does stay standing as the builder hut was healing it. That battle builder just got enough hits on it to heal it up just past that lightning's damage. Dragons are all in with the Warden ability now. The King's gonna go ahead and join the party in towards the middle where that multi did not go down, and the King gets taken out by some headhunters. The poison does finally take them down. No overgrowth on this one, so the Dragons are gonna have to circle in and take care of this town hall sooner than later, as it's dealing tons and tons of damage.
Yeah, and so far he doesn't have any dragons on the town hall. There's one dragon that is awfully low on health. They're going for the town hall in a second, but luckily the super minion locks onto the town hall. I think he has to freeze again to make sure he gets it. Oh no, Royal Champion helps out there. Nice job. And even though he missed the multi-inferno, this is still looking very, very fast.
Yeah,
we're almost done. One more building, and that was just slightly over a minute. So he's even decreasing their average time.
Yeah, Na'Vi is flying in this war. They came to play today. They extend that lead even further. They gain 9 more seconds, and barring a 2-star, there is going to be no way HTM Brazil is going to be able to win this matchup. Na'Vi almost up 50 seconds at this point, so if you're HTM Brazil, you have to cross your fingers and hope you got some kind of trap, some kind of bait, something that's going to slow this Na'Vi team down. But they look like they're in prime form as they look to finish off this war.
Yeah, at this point, I think they really can only hope for a miss or something going extremely wrong. There's not really much they can do. Even with a 44-second attack, Na'Vi would still be in a good position there with just a regular 1 minute and 20-second attack. They could still wing this. So not looking too good for the current reigning world champions from HTM Brazil. We said it at the start, but we'll say it once more. The HTM esports squad that won the last Open Cup last weekend was an NA-based team, so a second roster of HTM. And this year today is the Brazilian squad, HTM Brazil, and they are the former Clash champs. Just so everyone at home got their teams straight, and we know that it can sometimes be a little bit confusing with those same names here.
Yeah, they also played under Savage Elite. Some may know them from that previously in this season. But remember, they also do already have that golden ticket, so it's not as stressful for them in this tournament. I mean, obviously, that prize money is still really good, and if they do end up losing this matchup, they will still get some points and still have a chance to make it in, because we still have 2 more cups and they can still earn a lot more points to get into our grand final. So it's not going to be over for them if they get eliminated right here. But if you're HTM, you're feeling a little bit better about your season, knowing that you secured that golden ticket for this season with some of the news that came out this week. But if you're Na'Vi, things are kind of getting a little bit stressful. The backs are getting against the wall. You have to make a play. You have to get into the World Championship somehow, and it might be through our tournament here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Celino is going to come in to finish this one off, and we have one pet spell in here, along with some dragons. There's a spiky ball for the King, and probably a pretty standard setup here for the Queen and all the other heroes. But yeah, we have Healer Puppet there for the Queen, Healing Tome, Eternal Tome for the Warden, and then I'm assuming Hog Puppet, Haste Spell on the RC. Yep, there it is, Maxi.
Yep, looking good so far. The bad spell's job is to distract the air defense, so the Slammer has more value at the right side. Nice spiky ball actually, hitting the Town Hall as well, damaging it. I'm a little bit surprised that he's not bringing the Rage Vial on the Warden, but rather the Healing Vial. What's it called?
Healing Tome.
Because the... yeah, exactly. But because the Warden otherwise, the troops otherwise get more damage and are faster, and this can result in a faster attack time if the Warden actually the Rage Vial rages them up a bit. But anyways, it is looking very solid here from Celino. Just a couple more buildings going to be taken out, and he's already popped the Royal Champion ability because he knows this is just about the time, not about the power. And this is just a little bit over 1 minute, maybe finishing sub 70 seconds. It's really close there. Nope, a little bit over it.
Man, this has just been the story for HTM. They just cannot get anything faster. They can't get anything sub 70 here. Another 1 minute 13-second attack, which normally that's great. Normally that's fast, that's fine. But against this Na'Vi squad, Na'Vi is flying here today. That's just not going to cut it. So with Na'Vi having already a near 50-second advantage, they could pretty much cruise in here. They can really get up to a 2-minute attack and still win this war, which is kind of insane in the current meta.
Yeah, I'm trying to do quick math here, but I didn't really calculate it through as this was not so close. But there's definitely going to be a certain exact mark that Na'Vi have to hit now. But yeah, I think it should be something around 2 minutes or so. So that is an attack time that usually they probably can do attacking with their feet. But I hope Klaus is not going to put that to a test in his next attack there. But it was a very good shout from you before that. A lot more is on the line for Na'Vi. At HTM, they have their golden ticket. They are qualified for the World Championship. Of course, you always want to win against another best team of the world. There's, of course, a certain rivalry between these two squads, but also you want to maybe get your hands on a little bit of the prize pool. But, you know, the high pressure of maybe not making it to the season finale at the World Championship is not there for them, at least. But, I mean, so far, Na'Vi showed that they can work under this pressure as well, and it even improves what they're able to do.
No matter what Klaus uses here, I'm just imagining he's doing it with his feet. Just because you said that, Maxi. I could just imagine. I mean, Klaus definitely one of the more creative attackers in all of Clash Clans. So I could see it. I could definitely see it happening. But I think it's like 2 minutes, 2 seconds for the win, give or take a few seconds there. But we know that they should be right in around that 80-second, 90-second at worst mark, assuming everything goes well and nothing goes catastrophic here. So Na'Vi look to secure this one. They will move on if they can get this 3-star in a fast pace. And then for HTM, if they do end up losing, they will be knocked out, but they will earn some points for our leaderboard. So not all is over for them. I know I keep harping on that, but in our single elimination tournament, things are a little bit interesting, but we'll have to see what Na'Vi brings to the table on their final attack. All they need to do is get a really decent 3-star. Not even a fast 3-star, just kind of a mediocre 3-star here.
Yeah, for sure. And I just double checked. You're right there. That's exactly the time threshold. 2 minutes and 2 seconds would be a tie. So 2 minutes and 1 second would secure the victory for Na'Vi. So that is what Klaus has to do now. But, you know, as we know, Klaus, he definitely wants to give it his all and show everyone a great attack. And here we go. The man, the myth, the legend, Klaus coming in with the Mass Valkyries supported by 2 druids there. Regular, yeah, nothing too creative there. Regular equipment on the heroes, Rage Vial on the Warden to speed things up a little bit. Starting off with the Siege Barracks on the top, wall breaking the King, and then I think Queen will come down on the right side to funnel and Valkyries through the core into the center of the base.
This is what I was kind of talking about. For Na'Vi, I think they're taking this a little bit more serious. Yeah, we did see that epic fireball earlier from Dima, but even that was a pretty well-calculated attack. I don't think we're going to see them doing anything too crazy, anything too off the wall. I think they're going to stick to what they know, what's going to work. Oh, these Valkyries are in the...
Ooh, there's a big
taking
problem.
a lot of damage. They're fading. Uh-oh.
The thing is, Klaus realized that the Warden was making his way to the Royal Champion and King rather than staying with the Valkyries in the core, and he tried to use the Warden ability in the latest possible moment but missed many Valkyries there that were supposed to make to survive there in the core near that clan castle, and because of that right now all the Valkyries are dead. And I mean, he has the Overgrowth spell which makes this attack a little bit safer for a 3-star, and I think he will still get it because of the 3 freezes, but it's definitely a little bit shaky because of the Warden ability.
Yeah, I think he's still fine, but the nice thing here is, even though this one's looking a little bit slower, we talked about the time already, they have that crazy time advantage, and that's the nice thing about when your teammates do a great job for you. This one is going to come in around that 90-second mark, maybe a little bit slower than 90 seconds, but it is still going to be fine as Na'Vi will secure the victory on a very, very interesting attack here from Klaus. Things definitely didn't go Klaus's way, but it will be enough for them to get the victory and move forward on our tournament.
I mean, that's good that he makes, you know, it's just Klaus doing Klaus things. He wants to excite us and he just, or like do something special, and then he does it by making an attack that is a little bit close there on getting the 3-star. Still nice entertainment there by him. And yeah, checking the average time now, it got closer because this was Na'Vi's slowest attack there in the end with 1 minute and 37, but they still end up with a 1 minute 13 average, while HTM was on 1 minute and 18 on the average. But you know, 5 seconds. Not even that close, not even that much anymore. But congratulations to Na'Vi. They knock out the reigning world champions, and as it is single elimination, that is it for them today.
That's right. Na'Vi moves forward. We will get an updated bracket with our offline matches here, and we will still have some more action as well. So we have 4 more matches in store for you guys here today. 2 of those matches we will not see, but we will be hopping into that Synchronic matchup next, Maxi. That one should be a really nice one, as it's another golden ticket team.
It is, and it is also the only team that have come back this week and were only also here last weekend in the Open Cup #1. They're the only team that have been here 2 times. All other 7 teams are different than the week before. So we'll have to wait and see what they do. They only earned 10 points last week, and I think they definitely want to get a little more success than that. So that is the next match here, Synchronic versus Quantum Bears. We'll see you guys after a short break. Make sure to get a refreshment, and we'll see you in the Snapdragon Pro Series in 3 minutes. And welcome back everyone to the Snapdragon Pro series, and welcome back to Woody. How are you doing? How did you enjoy your break? And most importantly, how did you enjoy that match we just saw?
Doggy, I really enjoyed my break. As you heard, I was munching on a little bit of cereal, so I was juicing up, I was getting energized and excited for matches number 2 and 3. But what a way to kick things off with match number 1, an incredible showing from two superstar-studded teams and exactly what we would hope to see in our first round. Really quick attacks, 3 stars across the board, and we are going to be hopping directly into quarterfinal number 2, as you can see now. Another Worlds Qualified team, Synchronic, going up against the Quantum's Bears.
Yeah, that is an amazing matchup there, because Synchronic, you said it, they have a golden ticket, so they are very well known. They have been here last week as well, and Quantum Bears, they are one of the lesser known teams, so I wouldn't go as far as saying it's a David versus Goliath match, but definitely Synchronic would be the favorite there if anyone was betting on that match. So let's take a look at their lineup right away. We've got Philip, Einstein, General X, Simon, Mark, Daniel, and Emir Khan, and yeah, just 5 out of these 7 are going to play, and we have to wait and see who. But before that, let's take a look at their opponent's roster.
They're going to be going up against Quantum's Bears. Bringing to the stage, we have Prachnik, Vin, Galisto, Marek, and El Hombre. Quantum's Bears are opposed by a team that already has a golden ticket for the World Championship and has scored 10 points already in the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. So Synchronic have a lot to fight for. They're pushing even further, trying to secure their spot in the Open Finals for that $50,000 prize pool. But also knowing that they have 10 points in the bucket, that's so much more of an incentive as well to continue pushing on, to try to be one of those teams that finishes as late as possible, so that they can continue to rack up points and guarantee some sort of placement in the Open Finals at the end of the month.
Yeah, that's what all of these teams are aiming for, but for sure, as Synchronic already have their ticket to the World Championship, the pressure is not too high for them. They can play for practice, they can play for prize money, and of course they can play for a little bit of honor, because it's always nice to win a tournament. It's always nice to, you know, win against some well-known opponents that you tend to have a rivalry with in this competitive scene. But right now, they definitely want to make sure that they win this next match, as we have the single elimination bracket, and if they lose, they are out of this. But at the same time, Quantum Bears, we have not seen too much of them, so it is maybe their one and only chance. At least they got very, very far, much farther than they probably would have thought they would. So for them, it's do or die, and they really, really have to bring their A game here to win against the first golden ticket winner of this year.
Right, you are. I think you've said it perfectly, Maxi. This is going to be a tough match for Quantum's Bears. We wouldn't quite call them an underdog, but an underbear is, I think, a fair assessment. You know, they're still going to be clawing, fighting, biting back as best they can. But Synchronic are just the Eagles atop this perch. You know, they are on the top of the game right now, and I would certainly expect Simon to do great things next with this interesting setup he's brought for the Root Riders. Typical hero gear so far, but a quick attack out in the top left side of the space, bringing them in for a crack into the left corner. Heroes are also spread out with the siege barracks in the top corner to get a lot of funneling done, and man, he is just slapping the top left side of this base like nobody's business, Maxi.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that they really keep on doing what they did earlier this year. The Mass Root Riders were their favorite attack, and they keep on using this strategy here because it just worked well for them, and they are able to put up very, very fast 3 stars with it. The Warden ability was delayed very much here from Simon. Also caught the headhunters that unfortunately found the tornado trap in the center of the base. On the other side, they already lured some traps that won't hit his troops later on. However, there is a fearsome looking queen in the back end of this attack, and even more importantly, there's a town hall in the middle of the base still standing, and at some point it has to be taken out, and maybe the royal champion can do it? No, she's at the bottom side. So is the king enough there with the help of the queen, Woody? That is the question.
Queen is just popping away, but she goes down. Phoenix is about to go down too. Grand Warden's going to hop into the center, and that will be able to finish off the Town Hall. So the 2-star is secured, racing to try to demolish the remainder of this base. The 3-star is on the way, but it took quite a lot of time here now. We've passed the 90-second mark, and Simon from Synchronic must know that this was a success, but not a smashing one. Leaves a little bit of room open for Quantum's Bears to try to make a comeback on time.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with what you're saying there. It's not the fastest attack, and especially for Synchronic, that are known for their very quick 3-stars usually. That is not what they aim to get. And looking at the match we had before, the slowest time that we saw, there was a 1 minute and 37 second attack, and this was 1 minute 35. So very close to the slowest attack in our first match, and probably not the way you want to start. But you know, before all of that matters, Quantum Bears have to bring a fast attack themselves. If they are not able to do that, it doesn't really matter if Simon's first attack here was a little bit more on the slower side.
Right. And we've already said that Synchronic are a team that are expected to be able to have a deep roster stacked full of super strong, quick attacking players. So a 1 minute 35 attack is not the end of the day, but it really does leave this an open question now as to which team is going to come out in the lead from the early stages of the war. As we've seen in our last war, it's completely possible to 3-star base in under a minute. So is that going to be the story here from Quantum's Bears? Are they going to blast out of the gates, guns blazing? Or are they going to take a more thoughtful, slower approach, ensuring guaranteed 3 stars on safer attacks that don't try to push it to the limit right out of the gate?
That's the exact right question, but we have to wait just a slight bit more and see what they're going to actually do. I tried to find out their scores in yesterday's single elimination bracket that started with way more teams there in the round of 128, and I found that they had 1 perfect war and also 1 14-star war, so 1 miss for them, while Synchronic had 3 perfect wars to get here today, so they haven't missed at least. But the 1 minute 35 wasn't the fastest, so if it comes down to time here in the end, then it doesn't matter because both teams will have put up 15 stars, and it's just about that time. But this first attack here now will really set the tone for Quantum Bears and will either put some pressure on Synchronic, or they can lean back and be like, okay, it didn't matter that this first one wasn't on the quickest side.
Well, they are charging in now. Healer Puppet on that Archer Queen. We saw quite a bit of that last week as well to give her the flexibility to charge in basically alone. Keeps her quite safe and lets the King do his thing up on the top left side as Electro Dragons are going to be storming through this base. I see quite a bit of spread on the interior structures here. Not a great sign for Electro Dragons, which really want to get lots of chain value by damaging multiple structures with each attack. Kratnik is going to be moving as fast as he can, though, with that rage spell dropped, and pops the Eternal Tome to protect the dragons from the Monolith, and multi-Infernos, as well as the Town Hall, starting to beam up on them.
Yeah, nice job there with delaying the Warden ability. Unfortunately, Kratnik didn't catch any of the dragons that were already targeted by the air defenses, but it looks like he's taking care of that core. 1 more blow and the multi-archer tower will be gone as well. That's what just happened, and now it's all about the cleanup. And with the help of the 3 free spells, even just this Royal Champion with the help of her Hoggies there will probably take out the rest of this base, but it's also not the quickest attack, as we already passed the 1 minute and 20 second mark, and now he even finds the tornado trap, slowing him down even more, and this Royal Champion is actually dying to the ground expo, Woody.
Wow, bad news here for Proshnik, who's just trying to speed through the rest of this base. Air defense on the top left as well is going to be standing up as the Electro Dragon goes to the right. Archers are on the job, though. They are trying to take out that air defense as quick as they can, but it looks like it's going to pop down the Electro Dragon after all. Still lots of forces in that top right compartment, but it's the same problem as last time. They are just going so slow, Maxi. We are approaching the 2-minute mark, and Synchronic have got to be happy about this defense, holding on past 2 minutes. Proshnik has just not been able to keep up pace against Synchronic. And it's going to be that slow and steady start from this bear of a squad doing their best to just lumber about through these bases that Synchronic have set up.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate beginning there for Quantum Bears. And looking at the replay there, we saw analyzing this attack, I would think that two things were the problem here. First one was the queen did not go to the outside following the king, but rather went in with the dragons. That's why she got stuck on the walls inside of the base, rather than taking out exactly these structures on the top left side that kept standing until the very end of the attack. And the second one was that Pjatchnik was a little bit slow there with his decision making. In the end, he had a free spell left, and he thought about when to use it at the archer tower and air defense that were left in the 12 o'clock compartment. And rather than using it directly to protect his Electro Dragon and the super minion, he waited too long, so the super minion was already down, and that deprived him of a lot of damage that he could have done to those remaining structures, and it could have also taken like 10 seconds off the clock. So I think that those were the main problems. Other than that, I think the plan was fine and the execution was also good. Solid. Yeah.
A solid setup and a pretty guaranteed 3-star hit with the strength of an army like that. I think you made some excellent micro points on that, Max. So you definitely want to be able to make sure that you get the spells dropped at the right point and get the perfect positioning for that queen to try to prevent her from funneling into the wrong compartment. But I gotta say, on a macro level, just like zooming back a little bit, were Electro Dragons the right army for that base? It was so spread out, and Electro Dragons have a lot of room to cover. You know, they always have the same number of hit points, but the DPS that they get is really dependent upon having that chain lightning value striking multiple targets.
Yeah, I agree, and as we are already in the next attack, just a quick remark about that. I think you're right, there could have been better options, but the Electro Dragons were good once they got to the core of the base, because then the Clan Castle and Town Hall and the structures around the Town Hall were very close together, and these days mainly these players want to take out the core of the base while the heroes clean the rest of it. But as I said, the problem with the Queen was she didn't go to the outside. That's why all of these defenses were left standing until the very end. But we're in the next attack, Einstein coming with another Root Rider attack, Woody, and I think that this is just the attack strategy that Synchronic will bring every single time because they're so successful with it.
Let's take a look. He's charged in with a Barbarian King in the bottom compartment here, along with that Archer Queen to back him up, doing their best to take a big chunk out of that bottom side while the main army up the top side is crashing through these walls. Overgrowth has been dropped now onto the Town Hall, and lots of defenses along the backside, including both of those scatter shots. Having a little bit of difficulty as they're stuck now on this monolith, which has just been pounding away at the Root Riders, but they do finally break through it and are getting a nice collapse along the outer edges now. So many compartments to crack into for these P.E.K.K.A.s, but they do take down the multi-infernos and are wrapping along the backside edge of this base now, as that Overgrowth is going to be withering away in just a few seconds. There it goes. Maxi, it looks like he's going in for the 3-star and should be able to take it out. Good timing on this one from Einstein.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though everything is, like the Town Hall is almost the last building and everything is collapsing there, he's got enough force to take it out. Even a full life Queen there on the left side, who could come if all the other troops were not able to take the stuff in the center out. But they are able to do that, and it was around the 1 minute and 20 mark, I think 1 minute 25 for Einstein. So very solid attack, and they know that they don't have to go for too much risk now, as Quantum Bear started off with this over 2 minute attack.
Excellent job there. And up next, we're going to be going back to the Bears to see how they're going to respond to this. Synchronic with just solid performances so far, showing us the exact consistency that's taken them on to earn a golden ticket and to place last week as well as quarterfinalists. There's no weak link in this Synchronic lineup, and the Bears are really going to have to bring their A game if they want to have a shot at getting back into a race where they're behind on time by such a large margin right now. We do not see misses from the Synchronic squad. They are just 3-star superstars across the board. And so it's really going to be a difficult run now for the Bears to try to get back into this race.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I haven't seen too much of them, so I don't know. Maybe they have one or two attackers that can do like Kazuma style times that are like around a minute or a minute and 10. Then they could probably even turn this around or put some more pressure on Synchronic, because their first attack, after all, wasn't the fastest either. But we have to wait and see. Theoretically, they would have to put up 58 seconds now, and that would make things even. But you know, that might be asked too much, as this is really an amazing time there. We don't see sub 60-second attacks very often. But something I wanted to point out there also was the base style. I think we rarely talked about it so far, but in this match, both teams have brought anti-2-star bases with a very centralized town hall, while in the match before we saw some more box-style bases and diamond-shaped bases. That offer less entry points. So we're going to have to wait and see if that maybe is, you know, also has an impact on the average times that are possible. I think a creative team like Na'Vi, they probably can have a harder time taking down an anti-2-star base than some other setup that leaves more different entry points. And here with the anti-2-star bases, they are like very much shaped just like a... Oh, well, as I'm saying that, we actually have a not a anti-2-star base, but rather a diamond-shaped base. So yeah, I don't know. We have to wait and see if Quantum Bears have a better time or an easier time taking those down.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and take a look. It is going to be another Root Rider army supported with one Druid. Love seeing the inclusion of that new troop in the fight to back up with some healing and then switch off the tanking. Lots of Super Barbarians as well for cleanup. Another standard complement for this army. 2 Headhunters, maybe to snipe down the Queen and the King along that top side. Royal Champion, also a difficult target to reach up there, and will be very much helped by that little addition to the army. A couple of rage spells and 3 freezes ready to shut down the interior. 1 Overgrowth as well. He does catch a couple of Teslas in the core. Sensing that DPS is coming on in, he does drop the rage, the freeze spell to catch one of them and rage for the troops, but doesn't really get very many on that first rage that he dropped. A lot of those Root Riders are going up to the top side instead, Maxi.
Yeah, there's actually just a bear that the Quantum Bears must love there from the Druid going to the right side. Other than that, all of those defenses will be left alive. And where does he have the Royal Champion? I think he has not. She's on the top side there. So everything is basically now on the top side and have to make their way shortly through the town hall and then towards this bottom side that is still alive. So a lot of very threatening structures left there. But the town hall is being taken out by the Queen actually. So I think with the Royal Champion ability, QB win should be fine on this one after all.
QB win, a loyal trooper to the end. It's got the name of his squad in the name of his username there for this army. Hogs are going to be pummeling away at that last defense now as the Tesla goes down. We're looking at an attack that's approaching that 2-minute mark just once again. Bad news for fans of Quantum's Bears, who will really just need to have a massive comeback. Quantum's Bears did actually miss in one of their attacks against Method to Madness. Came out with a 14-13 scoreline during the early stages of this bracket. So you do see a little bit of weakness in their offense, but their defense has been very, very solid. I didn't notice any opportunity for opponents to be able to just trounce them by taking out any defenses in a particularly quick manner. And in fact, Quantum's Bears actually defeated Tribe Gaming in the qualification process for this round. So solid team, solid squad, but just coming out so slow in the first 2 hits. What do you think is going on with their psychology right now? A team that knows that this could be a really close war, but just is so far behind on time with the first 2 attacks.
Yeah, I think to answer that, we have to take into account the way the match against Tribe Gaming went, because they actually won 15-11 as Tribe Gaming had 2 1-stars in that match. So I guess what they are doing now is just trusting in their defense. If they were able to, you know, hold back a big player like Tribe Gaming, maybe they can do the same to Synchronic Gaming. As yeah, their timing is very much yeah, it's very much too slow. I think 26 seconds on average is what they are slower at the moment. So most likely they are not going to win this through the average time, but they might win this on a defense. So let's see if General X is able to take this base out with the Root Riders, and especially as Synchronic are known for using the Root Riders, that might be something that QB have designed their bases for specifically.
General X moving in hot in the bottom compartment here. Root Riders are starting to fan out a bit as they encounter this enemy monolith, pummeling straight through those walls and making a beeline for the town hall. They do crack the wall going toward the interior, but we'll be able to pivot toward the outside as Ice Golem's going to be streaming out of that clan castle, trying to slow them down. Interesting timing on the Eternal Tone here, as really only a multi-target Inferno is starting to attack them. The bomb tower as well over on that right side, but they'll be safe from all of that damage under that Eternal Tone protection. Super minions up on the top left side are going to soak a Seeking Air Mine and try to do their best while this Overgrowth spell is withering away, but a Tesla pops out and that's going to force a freeze spell now from General X to try to nuke the rest of this core. Barbarian King does engage, but he's about to go down, and a lot of DPS is coalescing around that center spot. This is gonna be a 3-star and another one in record time, Maxi.
Yeah, nice job there with the free spells in the core of the base, and even though in between it looked a little bit shaky, I think it was never in doubt of becoming a 3-star. What just caught me there by surprise was that he has a level 69 Warden. I think that is just some kind of swagger that you can probably allow yourself when you've already won a golden ticket. But on his main account there, I mean, level 70 Warden has been around for a while now, so I'm sure he would have been able to farm that and upgrade it. But yeah, I hope he changes it for the World Championship, but as of now, I guess he's fine that way.
Well, a little bit developmentally delayed, caveman attitude here, but he'll reach the Bronze Age eventually, I'm sure. Level 70 Warden is clearly within his grasp. He just needs to farm a little bit more elixir, right? And hey, because we have an update right now that allows players to use their heroes while they're upgrading, there's no excuse at this point to not get him maxed out. Am I right, Maxi?
That is absolutely right, and saying that, it means actually maybe he is upgrading it at the moment. We actually don't know. He might just be using it anyways, but maybe then he has it available next week or the week after, or maybe they win today and they don't have to play here next week. We have to wait and see, but so far, looking at just this match, it is looking really, really good for them, and even the one level on the Warden did not hold General X back in getting another 3-star on the board. The average stars are no, not even, it's 9 to 6 at the moment, so Quantum Bears with another 3-star can just keep up there, but they still have to hope for the defense as the time is just so fast for Synchronic Gaming.
Well, it's a perfect start so far for both teams. 3 stars across the board for all these squads, but just have to wonder whether or not this is going to be a match that comes down to time, as we've so often seen, or if we do wind up seeing one of those fails. It's something that Quantum's Bear was very happy to rely on when they had the opportunity against Tribe Gaming, as you mentioned earlier, but still there's the possibility of seeing that happen as well on the other side. Quantum's Bear knows that they need to maintain their own attacking oomph and not lose out on any of that momentum that they've been pushing with so far to get to the quarterfinals here. It's a tough race, and it's certainly one that they want to win, but having to just rely on time is a perilous position for them.
Yeah, that's right. And we see another diamond-shaped base here, this time from Synchronic. And yet again, it is going to be the Root Riders. Quantum Bears have brought Electro Dragons and Root Riders so far, if I remember correctly. And the first Root Rider attack was actually over a minute. So let's hope that El Hombre will be able to take this base down a little bit faster with his Root Riders there.
Well, they are racing toward the finish right now with the Siege Barracks out on the right side. That is going to be an easy corner to smash through. El Hombre is getting a rapid attack set up now as those Root Riders are storming into the left side compartment, facing off against the enemy Royal Champion. We see Valks ready to slice her up. and she is chopped to bits as the Root Riders fan out and take out all of these walls, giving easy access to the Valkyries. Overgrowth dropped in the middle as a Royal Champion's going to pop down one of those Teslas and retarget onto the Monolith now. It is finished off, and El Hombre is just blazing through this base, Maxi.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good indeed. And even though the King ability was a little bit later and at the bottom, with the help of the Royal Champion, the Monolith got taken out quite quickly, and El Hombre has 4 more spells even left there and can take quick care of that Town Hall with the help of this Rage spell, speeding everything up, making it do even more damage than before. And this is going to be the fastest attack from QB, from Quantum Spares so far, under 1 minute and 30 seconds. Yes, 1 minute and 27 there in the end. And that is exactly what they need to keep up with Synchronic's Speedsters.
Quantum's Bears facing off against a more than 30-second average time differential. But with this attack by El Hombre, they are going to be starting to close the gap, doing what they can to maintain pace in a terribly fast race, and finding that there is just a little bit of hope now to keep up this quick assault on their opponents. Synchronic are going to be up next with an even 9-9 scoreline, and know that they don't have much room to try to have any breathing space at this point. They have to keep up both those 3 stars and the speed that they've shown already, because they see that Quantum Spares is right on their heels, doing everything they can. But so far, they're just eating their dust. Synchronic ahead the whole way so far. Probably isn't going to be rattled by a solid performance there from Quantum Spares, and knows that they just need to maintain that same even, steady aggression that they've had since the beginning, and it is going to be shredding their opponent if all they do is just stay on task.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to be aiming for. And as we have a 9-9 draw on stars in this match, I'm taking a look at the other quarterfinal that is going on simultaneously between Reckoning and WBB Space, and it's the exact same result there at the moment. Both teams have done 3 attacks, and it's a 9-9 tie at the moment, with a slight advantage on average time for WBB Space. We'll make sure to keep you guys updated on that, but for now, we're keeping our eyes peeled for the next attack of Synchronic. They have a minute and 2 seconds less time so far than Quantum Spares. So it's actually already a big hill to climb for Quantum Spares, but we keep on saying it, and it will happen at some point. A single slip up, a single 1 or 2 star will make time irrelevant.
Let's hop into this next hit as Philip is lining up his attack. He's got 1 Electro Dragon, an Inferno Dragon as well. Very technical start so far for this Mass Dragon army. A few balloons out in front of these tracks to maybe try to catch a Seeking Air Mine. Doesn't see any so far. Backs up with a few more balloons as he's seeking for damage directly onto those enemy defenses. Air defense is going to be easy to take down as well with the Eternal Tome popped early on. He does catch a Tornado Trap. A little bit of bad news there as his army is going to be slowed down just a tiny bit, but nothing too much to worry about for Synchronic. Still far ahead on time and on task to demolish this base. A freeze on the top side. Monolith is going to be able to shut down a lot more defenses up there. Does get a little bit of an awkward spread now as that Grand Warden is going to the bottom side of the space, with some of those dragons chasing the Ice Golems up the top side. It's a weird entry point so far, Maxi.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better. Very weird, and the core thinning out extremely quickly. So he now has to trust his Queen and King to take out the Town Hall. The 2 free spells definitely come in handy there, and it looks like he's going to get it. But there's still some fearsome-looking defenses in the core of this base. I don't know yet if he's going to make it all the way.
Terrifying start for Philip, and he is doing everything he can to power through the back end here. He still has quite a few healers, but they lose their hero. They're going to be having to switch off and just soak in a little bit of damage here. Super Dragon in the core of the base is super strong. Just needs to avoid those traps, though. Air bombs going off in the core. There's another Dragon ready to help out, trying to burn down this Inferno Tower with everything they've got. Throw ahead, Hunter at it. They barely make it as the Super Dragon goes down, the second that its fire breath eliminates the last tower in the core, and Philip has pulled it off by the skin of his teeth. What could have been a crushing defeat for Synchronic turns out to be a rally point for this squad. Another 3-star performance, and they are still ahead, Maxi.
I didn't even take a look at the time anymore. I have to check it in a second, but wow. I mean, I would have felt so bad as I just said it the second before Philip started his attack. And I would have really felt like I jinxed it, but yeah, he still got it done, like really with the last slither of health left on that super dragon. That was a very, very intense attack, but it really shows how vulnerable every single attack, even of such experienced players as Philip, the runner-up of one of the runner-ups of last year's World Championship is. So anything can still happen, even though Synchronic have just one more attack left. And looking at the time, it was actually not the fastest attack there with 1 minute and 44. So the door might be a slight bit open there for Quantum Bears to catch up even on time.
Super close race here, and just getting closer as we get toward the end of it, with Synchronic slowing down and Quantum's Bears speeding up a little bit. This is going to be a tight race to the finish, and a lot of nerves for the Synchronic squad, who must have felt they were really far ahead. But with an attack like that, they can really lose a lot of confidence. Still, only one attack left for them, so as long as they can just maintain the heat for one more hit, they might be able to just like squeak out this win against the Bears, who are roaring now, clawing back tooth and nail. Everything they can do is going to be just poured into the next 2 attacks for them to try to get 3 stars as quick as humanly possible. It is not going to be an easy match to catch up against Synchronic, but with a defense like that, they can at least hold out hope that they might have some sort of epic defense on their 5th round to try to prevent a 3-star and maybe just get the star victory. If past is prelude, there's a chance of that happening, Maxi.
There definitely is, and if they were not motivated before, they definitely will be now, and they see that they still have a chance in this. It is not over until the very last attack is in, and Galisto is coming in with some pretty classic composition here, bringing the Root Rider army with a couple of super barbarians to clean up at the back side of the base, and also the hero's equipment is pretty straightforward. He brought one overgrowth spell that he's going to use on the town hall, and hopefully he will try to also catch the eagle artillery, the multi-archer towers, and probably the ground expos there. But it is also a multi-phase attack, so he's sending in the king at the left side with the jump spell, queen on the right side, and the root riders in the middle there on the northeastern side. Ice Golems coming in, that's not a big problem, but also not great news, as there is the monolith, but that is why Galisto is using his warden ability perfectly to protect them while the monolith is shooting away at them.
Last round of attacks now sees Quantum's Bears with a quick strike out of the gates. Running into a little bit of trouble against that scatter shot in the south compartment, though. It looks like it's going to get repaired by the Builder's Hut standing right next to it, and that's going to be a lot more splash damage crashing into these poor Root Riders who do not have any more Eternal Tome to protect them. I think that this is actually going to be spending too much gas out of the gate and failing to clean up in the way that Galisto was expecting, Maxi.
Yeah, I mean, he used 2 rage spells already on the Royal Champion, but she never went to the Town Hall. Luckily, though, he has the Queen ability left, and she is able to reach that Town Hall from inside of the base. He should really use her ability now so the Royal Champion does not go into the Town Hall. That's exactly what he does. So Royal Champion stays on the outside and can start the cleanup already on these high hit point the structures, the storages in particular, that are left on the outside. And it is going to be a 3-star. That is the most important news here for Quantum's Bears, but it's not a fast one. It's a 1 minute 46, so in fact they did not even catch up any seconds. They lost 2 more seconds, so going into the last attack they are 1 minute and 4 seconds behind, and I guess that at this point we know that it really has to be about if it's a fail from Synchronic or not, because it's not realistic to catch up that many seconds there in one single attack.
Such a super tight game, and I can't wait to see how it follows up right afterwards. Quantum's Bears missing out on an opportunity to get a really rapid, fast hit here, but still in it to win it and doing everything they can to maintain pace against a squad that has just been roaring out of the gate, doing everything possible to try to knock them down a peg. This is a tight match, Maxi, with a slight edge still for Synchronic, but they have to attack first. Quantum's Bears get a chance to sit back and see what happens in this next hit. If Synchronic does score the 3-star, as we would expect them to do, very, very solid team that hasn't missed yet, Quantum's Bears know exactly how they have to respond, and that is just a 3-star with no delay at all. But if Synchronic miss on this next one, Quantum's Bears get a great opportunity then to have that information provided to them on a silver platter. They'll be able to respond with just an easy 3-star of their own, not having to worry at all about time to score a win. So odds still favor Synchronic if you're asking me on this one, but it is not quite as far of an advantage as the time may indicate here, because there is still that question mark as to what happens in this 5th and final attack. Big advantage now for Synchronic. Will they hold on to it? Mark does seem to have a solid plan in place. 4 Root Riders and so many, almost a dozen Valkyries he's brought here to this attack, Maxi.
Yeah, going heavy on the Valkyries indeed there. Much more Valkyries than Root Riders, and that seems to be maybe the new meta. We saw it before also. We saw some attacks that did not bring any Root Riders but only Valkyries. For example, Dima from Na'Vi, and he was really fast there. Now, nice warden ability. Let's just hope that Mark does not catch the tornado trap there in the core of the base. Otherwise, it would slow him down a lot while the troops are protected by the warden ability. But he seems to be piercing through that core quick and nicely. Has to drop all those free spells at the same time as well. Nice job there, and it's looking really good so far for Mark. Still has the Royal Champion and the King ability left. The Queen still going strong at the top side. The only thing that worries me a slight bit there is this Monolith on the backside. He uses the free spell in time to protect the Queen and the King, and at this point, Woody, I don't doubt this being a 3-star anymore.
Yep, a 3-star and in great time as well. Synchronic have done it. There is still just a tiny sliver of hope open for Quantum's Bears, but with a time like that, crossing in to reduce their average time, maybe down into the 128 range. I think Quantum's Bears have just got too much work cut out for them in this final round to be able to close out with a victory.
Yeah, let's just say they need an 18-second triple to tie on the average time. So as the world record that we saw just recently from Hades, also known as Imran, was 44 seconds, I think that it is a rather improbable that we are going to see that time from them. But still, I think that they will want to show another great attack. They definitely want to finish here with the perfect war, as they have shown before against great teams like Tribe Gaming. Show what they got, and maybe we will see them again. After all, they will have collected 10 points for the leaderboard, and that opens the chance to get into the season finals with us here. That will be happening at the beginning of August. So definitely a result that they can be very proud of.
Well, 10 points already earned by both of these teams based on their performance so far. Quantum's Bears look like they will just have those 10 to put up onto the leaderboard going into the third week that will be coming up later this month. But Synchronic poised to take another win here and advance their point score even further ahead by moving into the semi-final round. They'll have some difficult competition, as we've seen that bracket is a tough one. We'll get a full update on the rest of the matches in the bracket, by the way, by the end of this match. But it looks like Quantum Bears are on the chopping block, about to be eliminated, as the Synchronic squad did not miss a single time with a very quick, heavy, strong hit.
Yeah, and the other match that is going on in the background between Reckoning and WBB Space is also extremely close. Both teams had 12 stars, and going into the last attack, their average time was just 1 second apart. So it really comes down there to these last attackers, and we'll make sure to deliver you who won this one after our last attack in this match. Quantum Spares have one more in them, and we have to wait and see if it is going to be a 3-star. Marek is their attacker that is still getting ready here and will try to take down the last base of Synchronic. They are very, very well known for their base building, these Synchronic guys, but even that could not stop the Beers so far, and they want to make sure it stays that way.
Yeehaw, let's get it on, Marek. Show us what you've got with the last attack for your squad. He is going to have one more gasp to march through as he fires off a giant arrow across this base, trying to tear up whatever he can against Simon's squad of defenders now. Multi-archer tower on that bottom side, tearing through that Barbarian King. He will be able to hop over a wall and smash through with that giant gauntlet, tearing through even more compartments and doing his best with that overgrowth spell to set up the perfect collapse for the final end point of this hit. But we've already passed the point of no return. Quantum's Bears will be behind on time, even if they 3-star, and it is going to be a win for Synchronic, Maxi.
Yes, that's exactly right. Still, Marek wants to make sure he gets the 3-star here. It's got a lot of troops in the core and on the outside, as well as the Town Hall wakes up. Unfortunately, also the poison spell between it. Luckily, though, it gets launched onto these Hog Riders on the outside, so not hitting the Root Riders and Royal Champion in the core of the base. There is still a Monolith left. Nice job there on the Rage spell, and he will be able to finish the Monolith and this base. There's a multi-Inferno. Royal Champion, will she get there in time? One more strike, come on. Yes, down it goes. And it is actually on the faster side of things for Quantum Spares there with around 1 minute and 20. So great job, great demonstration by Marek in their last attack. They got the perfect war, but it was not enough against lightning fast Synchronic squad.
Superb job to Synchronic, holding on to the lead all throughout, and with an average attack time of 1 minute and 28 seconds, they didn't show much slowness at all in this race. That is not necessarily the sort of speed that we would expect for a team that is going to win an entire cup, but the quarterfinals are going to be enough for them to take a victory at that 1 minute and 28 second mark. Quantum's Bears are eliminated now at that 1 minute and 46 second mark. So you're getting a sense now of how razor thin the margin is going to be to advance now. We saw that match earlier with a victory by Na'Vi, and can confirm as well that Milliceme MG have defeated the Sigma squad. They'll be going up against Na'Vi in the semifinals, while we are still waiting on the final results for Reckoning versus WBB Space.
Yeah, I can deliver it luckily, even though we don't have the graphics ready yet. We know that Reckoning have in fact gotten the edge over WW Space. Kekko, the last attacker for WBB, had to go for an extremely quick attack to still get the victory for them, and unfortunately had to take probably too much risk. He ended up with a 2-star, and that results in Reckoning getting the victory, and they are our 4th semi-finalists. So we've got the full bracket, and we've got the best 4 teams here. They have already gained 25 points each, but of course all of them want to go to the final and win this and get their chance directly to go to the season final. The next match we're going to take a look at after the break is going to be Na'Vi versus MMG. So another one you don't want to miss. Unfortunately, I'll be stepping out for this, but Woody and Bash will sure make this one exciting. So we'll see you guys at the Snapdragon Pro Series after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
We're back, Bash! We are in the semifinals now of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. Clash of Clans competition is heating up now here today as Worlds qualified teams are duking it out on the top stage. Milliceme MG holding a World Championship ticket for this year, while this Na'Vi lineup is a previous World Championship winner. We have got an amazing match for you ahead, and all of the marbles are on this next one. Na'Vi and Milliceme MG both vying for qualification to the Open Cup, but neither of them have any points yet. So the team that wins this one will advance to the finals with a guaranteed minimum of 50 qualification points, with a possibility of moving on all the way to that $50,000 prize pool for the Open Finals. The loser is going to be sitting back with 25 points along the same scoreline as VM Legacy and Dizzy X Zenizos from last week. But the Na'Vi lineup is terrifying. What have they brought here today, Bash?
We've seen them in action earlier. Kazuma, Klaus, Stars, Gaku, and Dima. And so far, out of all the teams, they are playing the quickest. They are on a mission this week to get that, to win our cup and have a chance to win that silver ticket. But Milliceme MG, they already have their golden ticket, so they're looking to take out a competitive foe here in Na'Vi. Kingsman, Max, Natroa, Tryhard, and Teeper. These guys have been around for a long time, playing together, playing really well. Just recently secured their golden ticket, so if they could kind of prevent a team like Na'Vi from moving forward, that would actually be a massive step for them.
Well, this is certainly a star-studded lineup, and I would say that it is at least on par and perhaps surpasses last week's finals between HTM and VM Surgical. Now, VM Legacy is the team that actually holds the golden ticket out of that Vogue Mary lineup, but VM Surgical was the team that made it to the finals last week. But if we had seen a VM Legacy versus HTM lineup, that would probably be just about as crazy as the next match that we're about to see. Two teams that have players that have been to the World Championships year after year, who have been playing not only at the very top of the game this year, but for many years past, basically since the beginning of Clash of Clans World Championship opportunities. This French squad with Milliceme MG and the Japanese team that we have with Na'Vi have just been superb across the board. Hundreds of thousands of dollars accumulated by the players on these two rosters, and this might be the winningest combination of squads that the Snapdragon Pro Series has seen maybe ever.
Yeah, one quick update there, Woody. VM Legacy actually did lose their golden ticket. So actually HTM Brazil taking their spot for the golden ticket, but that's a whole different story. We're here, we're focusing, we got Milliceme MG versus Na'Vi. This is a crazy matchup. Milliceme MG does in fact have their golden ticket. Na'Vi, they had a silver ticket but ended up losing it with a player ban coming in, but now they look to re-earn that silver ticket here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. There's a lot on the line, and with 3 teams in this tournament, well, in this month's or this week's tournament, they can really kind of hold some of these teams looking to get a silver ticket back. So I think this is kind of an advantage. If you already have that golden ticket, you already know you don't want to face a team like Na'Vi in Worlds. So if you could slow them down now, that would be huge.
Right, you are, Bash. Lots of disqualifications, regrettably, in the pro scene, but it was true at the time last week that there was still a golden ticket in VM Legacy's hands. It's been passed off now to HTM, and another golden ticket has already been awarded to Milliceme MG, so a Worlds qualified team now is going up against Na'Vi, another team that had won a golden ticket and then was not able to hold on to it as they got DQ'd for their first month's performance. But nonetheless, there's still also a silver ticket on the line in the Snapdragon Pro Series this season. We've mentioned it before, with a $50,000 prize pool in the open finals, there's a lot of cash money to be fought for. But even if you don't focus just on that dollar prize, the silver ticket to the last chance qualifier is a huge money-making opportunity for any squad that can get to the very top as well, because if you make it to the LCQ and then advance with a golden ticket from that round, you are going to be making tens of thousands of dollars at a minimum at Worlds. So lots of competitive juices flowing between both of these teams. Maybe more on the line for Na'Vi since they don't hold a ticket yet this year. But Millicene MG will still be fighting to deny that opportunity to a super tough foe and to try to hang on to their leading position as contenders for the world's title this year. Max from Millicene MG will be the first to attack, and with a mass Valkyrie army, didn't even bring the Root Riders this time around, Bash.
We're seeing this a little bit more and more. The mass Valkyries, they seem to be a little bit quicker. However, in my opinion, it is a little bit riskier, as we saw previously, where the Valkyries can kind of do their own thing. That's always been the issue with Valkyries. Sometimes they can be just a little bit too quick and get away from troops like the Grand Warden, who are there to protect them, so they lose some of that protection. But they're looking really strong. There goes the Warden's ability with that healing tome, should protect them through the core to the Town Hall. Does have some super barbarian in hand as well. There goes the King ability on the bottom as the Queen's working, and the Town Hall to take care out on the heroes and the rest of it's finish off.
This is a super entry for Max, and he correctly this base was indeed vulnerable. Valkyries got an excellent crack on the bottom side, fell through the only two compartments Valkyries really had at all. Light attack coming in around that 1 minute and 6 second mark. Max through Millicent obliterated his base stars. Did not have in this rapid advancement.
Their Max addition to Millicene MG. That's exactly how you make them with your team. And a minute against this name, who were flying in their last matchup. I mean, by far they were faster than all of our other teams, so that is a great start for MMG. You want to come out and you want to put some, I mean, I don't know if you can put pressure on Na'Vi, but you want them to have a little bit of pressure by putting up a 76-second attack. That's a great start here for MMG.
Yeah, and not to put too fine a point on it, but Max has become something of a folk hero for a lot of players in Clash of Clans right now. After his ejection from VM Legacy, he was in search of a squad that could bring him back into the main arena. He found it with Millicene MG, where he's getting a second chance now and is proving himself to be quite the extraordinary player now, with a 3-star strike up against Na'Vi out of the gates with a very strong hit. Max has got to be certainly very proud of that last strike and is causing a lot of celebration among the fans that he has out there, getting some more hope that he might have an opportunity to play on a Worlds roster.
Yeah, Max has definitely had a little bit of a storied career, looking for his first World Championship berth. So if he can make a good impression and make it into this MMG roster, where they do have an opening for that World Championship team, that would be massive for him. I mean, he puts in the work, he puts in the effort. We've seen it time and time again. One of the most consistent NA players. So really a good thing to see there from Max. And with 76 seconds, Na'Vi have to respond. But we saw Na'Vi doing some really fun things, not only fun things, but fast things in their first war. So we'll have to see if they keep that up. Will we see more fireballs? Honestly, that's what I love seeing, Woody, is the fireballs that Na'Vi can pull off. They're just so fun to watch. So we'll have to see what they bring in on their first attack.
Drop the big one and blast through these bases in record time. Why not use some equipment that just blasts open a massive compartment all on its own? Don't even have to worry about healing up your troops. Just keep up the pace with massive DPS. Looking forward to seeing who Na'Vi puts in the opening spot for their hit here to try to go up against a Millicene MG squad that is at the top of the game right now, hot off of a golden ticket claim, and really looking forward to try to take a big chunk of this prize pool in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
We did see Gaku open for them earlier. He did have a 1 minute 12-second attack with the Root Riders. So if it was Gaku and he did keep that pace, that would actually be fine. It would be a little bit slower, but it would still be fine. And it is Gaku, but it is Dragons instead of the Root Riders. Do have Spiky Ball of the King. There goes a giant arrow through the middle for the Queen. She does go ahead and deal some damage in that core and takes out one of the air sweepers. Here come all the Dragons surging in from the middle side on the top side of the base, 10 o'clock there, along with a Stone Slammer up top. Keep an eye on that King when he comes in, because remember, he has that spiky ball which will bounce around and target 9 different buildings.
Yeah, excellent splash damage that you can get from that spiky ball, especially if you can get those defenses lined up for the perfect hit to get maximum value out of it. We still have plenty of Dragons surging through now toward the core as the Overgrowth is going to get dropped, prepped and ready for the Stone Slammer to crash through the top side as well and ensure that this Dragon army will stay on task. Stone Slammer does get slowed down a little bit with that tornado spinning them around, but Hogs are going to be storming through to help this Royal Champion as she stabs at the last remaining defenses. Wow. And these troops are about to have to wait for the Overgrowth to tick away. What a rapid hit from Gaku to start this one off for Na'Vi, Bash.
He had to wait about 3 seconds there for the Overgrowth to wear off. It's going to be about 1:07, but that could have easily been 1:03, 1:04. The Dragons were just waiting for the Overgrowth to wear off. He still had plenty of spell support. What a commanding 3-star for Na'Vi and Gaku.
I think the only case to be made right now for a competitive advantage in not upgrading something is that Overgrowth spell. We do see a few pros not upgrading it to max just so that they don't have to wait the entire duration of it to wear off. But a second or two here or there is not going to be too much for Na'Vi to have to worry about. It really could come down to the wire in that razor close of a finish. But Millicene MG know that they have got a solid opportunity now to close this next attack and stay in the lead. Just a really tight race between these two teams. Exactly what we would expect from two Worlds caliber squads. And happy to see it kicking off with no clear advantage so far, Bash.
I mean, we say that the second and 2 might not be a big difference maker, but at the end, I mean, Maxie talked about it earlier, Na'Vi did have a tie on stars and percent and time. So it came down to those milliseconds. So that's when that 1-2 seconds of that Overgrowth not wearing off could make a difference. 28 seconds is how long it lasts at maximum level. So if he had it maybe 26 seconds, could have maybe shaved 2 seconds off there, but that's still fine. They are okay. I mean, we're talking about what, a 1 second advantage here for MMG. That's fine to start the war off, but we'll keep an eye on that one as things unfold. But MMG need to respond. They need to go quick. This war is looking like it's going to be a fast showcase of some of our top teams.
Measure Milliseme's mastery in mere milliseconds, and you will get a very tight match so far between these two star-studded squads. Milliseme does have to go first, so they are going to be the next to attack, opening up with a second salvo to try to maintain a lead against a Na'Vi squad that doesn't seem to have much weakness at all in this semifinals round. The Snapdragon Pro Series sees two teams that yet still remain undefeated and have been putting up 15-star performances across the board. It is going to be a very tough war to cast, Bash, because every single little troop tile placement second matters. But we are going to do our best to keep our heads on straight as these squads try to knock us out of our seats. The next round is going to be Valks and Root Riders from Na'Vi, a massive giant arrow cutting through the entirety of the space from left to right, Bash.
Not only that, but he used the earthquakes to take down those spell towers, so won't have to contend with the poison spell tower, which can slow all those troops down, and also won't have to contend with all those defenses being raged up. You can see right there in the middle, this 2 scatter shots and the 3 inferno towers were all raged up from that spell tower going down, but as that fades, he's not going to have to contend with that as the Root Riders make their way to the middle of the base. A beautiful use of the giant arrow. We do see the siege barracks coming in from the top side, and this one is collapsing really nicely. Might keep an eye on this Overgrowth on the time. We just saw that as the Overgrowth's not in, and we're 45 seconds in. There goes the Overgrowth at 2:15.
I was just about to say this is like a picture perfect opening for a guaranteed 3-star finish, but it's starting off just a little tiny bit slow, and with so much cleanup left to do as we are now passing that 1 minute mark, Nacho is guaranteed to increase the average attack time for Millicene MG toward that 1 minute and 30-second point. As a Tesla farm pops up out the bottom, will cause a few more problems for the Royal Champion stuck on an enemy skeleton trap. Still just 1 star as he's going to have to deal with the Town Hall at the very end here, finishing off for the triple. But Nachua does bring that average time up quite a bit. What could he have done to finish this base off quicker? It looks like he still has lots of troops and plenty of health on those heroes. Could he have been a bit more risky and dropped it all a bit faster, allowing those troops to take a little bit of damage in order to gain a bit more time with that attack?
I don't think he was really like slow on the troop drop there. I mean, the one downside of when you bring like the earthquakes in there to take out those spell towers, yes, it is very effective and you do save yourself some time on the back end, but you're also losing one of those rage spells in there. So that could be a factor. It seemed like everything was in relatively quickly. I mean, maybe Royal Champion could have been a little bit faster there, but I felt like the pacing on everything was fine. I mean, we're nitpicking a few seconds here. I mean, 80 seconds is always our mark. That was 1 minute 22 seconds. So it's not like it was overly slow. For a Root Rider attack, that was pretty standard. It's just so hard to get those 70-second attacks. We're seeing them more and more, don't get me wrong, but it's still a very hard thing to do. It's not something that's like, oh, we expect 70 seconds. And for me, I think 75 to 85 seconds is kind of that window where it's like, that was a good attack. That's where we need to be. Anything faster, obviously better. Anything slower, you start to worry a little bit.
Well, it would be a great honor if nitpicking is what I'm known for. It would be certainly a very close match between Millicene MG and Na'Vi either way, but we really do have to drill in down to the nitty gritty and find any chance to criticize these attackers, because they're the very best in the world, Bash. I mean, there's nothing short of world's qualified teams right now on the stage, and so any little slip up gives an opportunity to their opponents to make a win happen by just pulling the rug out from under their feet. They don't even really have to wait for a major mistake. It's just a few seconds here or there that will give them that chance to win. And look, if I'm going to complain about Na'Vi missing a couple of seconds on an overgrowth, I gotta call out Millicene MG for having a little bit of a slow entry point for that Root Rider attack. Coming in closer to the 1 minute and 30 mark, it's the sort of attacks that we had seen from a squad like Quantum's Bears that was eliminated in the quarterfinals. For a semifinals team at a world's caliber performance, Millicene MG have got to keep up the pace if they want to keep Na'Vi out of this race.
Oh yeah, it's 100% valid. I agree completely with you, but it's also a 10 attack war here. It's 5 for both teams. That's only 1 out of 5. So if one of your slowest attacks is 1 minute 22, I think you're going to be in good position. It is going to be Dima coming in next. Keep an eye on this jellyfish on the queen. Remember that jellyfish is going to make the queen target nothing but defenses for the first few seconds. Just throw in the giant arrow there, and I do see some lightning spells. Here comes the earthquake and lightning onto the mono. The multi-target inferno does stay up there, but the monolith falls. So now that queen's going to charge in and target those defenses. So keep an eye on this approach here. We were talking about slow entries. It looks like he's trying to get a little bit of value out of this queen that could set things up a little bit slower.
Yeah, this is a very interesting choice from Dima. We typically have seen that Angry Jelly paired with the Barbarian King to try to take out defenses that are outside the walls early on, or even to puncture through with some wall break or jump spell to crack in there. But with the Archer Queen, she is really going to take a lot of damage early on, because in order for her to hit those defenses, she's got to walk up right into range of so many attacking defenses. Dima has really put it all on the line early on with one of the true hero dives of this war and of the whole season so far. We don't really see them very often because the heroes are so integral in getting that quick cleanup finished off. Barbarian King does get an excellent attack on those walls to continue the assault as he tries to get into the base, but Town Hall's still standing. It's going to eliminate those super minions, and this attack is just withering away, Bash.
This is fading. That queen did not get as much value as I think Dima wanted there. Does still have Royal Champion with the Hog Puppet and Haste Vial, so she's going to have to secure the rest of this base, but this is going to be slow. We're nearing that 90-second mark. The queen just That's the one thing about the Angry Jelly. You said it, Woody. It puts that queen in danger, and she went down relatively quick here. Here comes that ability for the world champion. She's going to have to secure the Town Hall. It's all on her. If she doesn't get this Town Hall down, this will be a 1-star, but she finally secures it. But we are waiting on this final storage as this one nears 2 minutes. Oh, this is slow, Woody.
I am just cringing for this poor royal champion doing everything she can to finish off this attack as quick as possible. But he just, I think, has just like switched way too far in giving away troops to his opponent. You know, you want to make sure that you have enough of an army to keep the DPS high, even if you're willing to sacrifice a few hit points here and there to keep the time on your side. You can't give it all away like that without having a clear and concise strategy for cleaning up the rest of the base. So Na'Vi just really dropped the ball in that last round with a 1-minute-and-8-second hit from Gaku. Dima is pulling it all the way up 3 seconds shy of the 2-minute mark. And if I was criticizing Millicene MG for a 1-minute-and-22-second attack, I really got to say that they are doing a fantastic job now on the time differential, as it has just swung so decisively back in their favor. Na'Vi at now a total of a 1-minute-and-32-second average hit, while Millicene MG at a 1-minute-and-14-second shows us that there is still quite a bit of advantage for the French-based team, who will be attacking up next to try to maintain their lead, Bash.
Na'Vi were a little bit lucky that that one wasn't a 1-star. I mean, luckily the Royal Champion still had ability. She didn't take too much damage too early, because without that Hog Puppet and Haste File, that could have easily been a 1-star. At that point, pretty much everything was gone from the attack. So that was a really, really risky attack. I think it was just the jelly on that queen was a big mistake. It put that queen in a lot of danger. She got taken out. She did not get any value there. She did have that giant arrow, but she just did not have the support she needed. So a very tough attack there from Na'Vi. I'm a little bit shocked to see that from them, especially in the 2 spot. We saw Dima going really, really quick in the last war. It was, what, 1-minute-14 with Valkyries. So seeing this one coming in near 2 minutes, that's very, very tough. So MMG is in control. Millicene MMG should be able to dictate the rest of the pace of this war. As long as they keep 80-second attacks, they should really have a good position to win this one.
That's another really important thing that you mentioned there with the giant arrow being used by the queen. You know, it's very viable to put the Angry Jelly on her or to put the giant arrow on her, but the giant arrow really kind of forces the attacker to pop that ability right out the gate to make sure that the alignment is perfect for that hit. But once you've popped your ability and you use an Angry Jelly, she's just going to be heading straight into the danger zone and won't have any additional equipment to back her up with invisibility or healers you know, on the late end of the hit to try to keep her alive. Now, he did use the healer puppet, so that gave her a little bit more lasting power, but up against so many defenses, the heroes just cannot keep an Archer Queen alive. Let's switch back to Teamper now, as Millicene MG have another chance to try to hold on to this lead. We've got an early attack from the Archer Queen, this time out on the left side corner, holding on to that ability, backed up by the Unicorn, this time a bit more of a standard pick, as the Phoenix on the Barbarian King and a Poison Lizard on the Grand Warden will be the pets of choice here. Spirit Fox still the ever-ready, reliable pet for the Royal Champion, Bash.
Needed the king to turn back, and he does. He's going to be able to take down that town hall. Do have ice golems coming out of the clan castle. Now Teeper's in control of this base from Na'Vi, with them holding on to a 30-second advantage after 2 attacks. They are looking to push this lead even further. We know Na'Vi, even a 30-second lead isn't secure because they can go fast. We've seen them go sub 1 minute plenty of time, so you have to keep the pressure on. You have to keep fighting as we approach this 1 minute mark. Teeper is looking to push this attack right up through the middle of the base. Cleanup is on the outside, and this pace is looking strong.
Yeah, demolition as Teeper just tightens the grip Millicene MG have in this war. Such a quick attack, and not the fastest that we've seen, but at just the 1 minute and 19-second mark, it looks like the second fastest attack from Millicene MG, right there next to where Nachoa put up his performance. And with a slow hit in Na'Vi's last line of attack, this is a very solid follow-up from Teeper. Millicene MG holding on to a reliable lead now as we get into the mid-war with still quite a bit of time differential in their favor.
Yeah, I think they played that one just right. That was a really safe attack. 1 minute, 19 seconds, right around that 80-second mark. Now you force Na'Vi. They have to make a play. Now they have to do something where they come in at 65 seconds to kind of close that gap, where what 37 seconds is the advantage. So if Na'Vi could get like half of that taken care of right here, or even like 10 to 12 seconds advantage back, that would be fine. They still have a lot of ground to make up, but you don't want to get too risky, overextend, and then force a giant mistake, and then maybe cost yourself with a 1-star, which we've seen happen in the past.
Well, Na'Vi does have an extraordinary lineup to try to pull off a massive upset on time, if they can do it. Kazuma, Klaus, and Stars are 3 of the biggest names in the Clash of Clans esports scene. And if it's going to be possible to just get reliable 3-star strikes to pull this one out ahead, it has got to be from these three stellar attackers. Still, they've got some tough opposition from Millicene left to go. Tryhard and Kingsman, super quick attackers and very creative strikers as well. So it is not going to be an easy race at all for Na'Vi to have to close this gap now off of a 1 minute and 57-second hit from Dima. Not impossible, but I think Na'Vi have really got to be holding out hope that they can get a slow defense against Millicene MG. I'm not even asking for Na'Vi to hope for a 2-star defense against Millicene, but if they can just get another maybe minute and 40 or 50-second attack out of one of the next 2 hitters from Millicene, that would really help their odds with some great quick attacks of their own to try to get this war back into the win column for them.
Yeah, and with Tryhard and Kingsman, I mean, they've been around Clash of Clans esports just as long as all the players from Na'Vi. I mean, these two teams rather, have played each other time and time again, year in, year out. So I have a pretty well-storied history here. Kazuma is going to come in with a dragon attack. You just have the zaps along with the earthquake, going to go ahead and use the Queen's giant arrow to take out likely that's multi-target or the monolith there near the multi-target Inferno on the top of the base, or perhaps something else, but I think that would be the primary target. Here comes the Queen in from that top side. Does have to wait for the Queen to redirect. There's the targeting, and there goes the zaps and the earthquakes. Does get the multi out with the mono, and that's a nice start. Now you got to get everything flying through the middle of the space. E-Drags are going to go ahead and set just a little bit of funneling, and here come all the dragons.
It sets up for a very interesting shape of the core because there's a gigantic compartment on the north side of this base that only had one pair of structures in there to try to defend it. With taking out that monolith and the multi-inferno, Kazuma now knows that these dragons have got a really easy path through this base and are not going to be wasting time flapping their wings along the exterior edges. He's got a beautiful spread now as he drops that overgrowth spell to shut down the town hall all the way to the ricochet cannon on the very far edge. A massive overgrowth gets exactly what he's looking for. Scatter shot on the top side is doing its best to try to shut down this Archer Queen. Will retarget under the dragons, and that is some bad news for Kazuma, as one does go down. A second might go down as well. No, misses the shot there, but it is going to be a seeking air mine to take down the baby dragon right next to this big mama dragon, as the rest of those flying critters are doing everything they can along the bottom side of the space to collapse into the town hall, with still a high bit of DPS ready to finish off the core with one more free spell to commit Vash.
Yeah, but look at the time. 1 minute, 20 seconds have elapsed, and this one's going to come in closer to a minute 30 as the dragons need to get the town hall down, the final building, and it's going to be 1 minute, 30 seconds exactly. So they make up no time there. And now things are going to start to get a little bit more dire for Na'Vi, as they are going to be down 48 seconds coming into the last attack. When we're talking about 2 attacks remaining, it doesn't matter if you have Stars and Klaus or who you have on your roster. 48 seconds is near impossible to make up in 2 attacks.
Well, Millicene rolled the dice and finding their 7. Na'Vi is now in a very dicey position, going to heaven if they cannot keep their feet on the ground and hold the line against a Millicene MG squad that is so far ahead now on time that it would require a pretty significant upset on defense by Na'Vi in order to see Millicene MG fall behind.
Woody, I just want to say, as our shows get a little bit later throughout the weeks, it seems Woody's wordplay is getting even more wittier, which I love it, bud. I love it. That's what I'm here for. I'm excited. This one still not over. We still do have 4 attacks, and you talked about it. All it takes is one defense, one building, one thing to slow down MMG, but MMG has that golden ticket. They are a world championship caliber team. They've been here. They understand the pressures. They understand what they need to do. And now if you're Na'Vi, where you don't have a golden ticket, you don't have a silver ticket, you're going to have to force something here in these last 2 attacks. And this could be really critical for both of these teams. Does Na'Vi force a mistake or really cause a mistake on their own? Or does MMG just play it safe here? I guess we'll have to see. We got 4 attacks remaining in this war.
It doesn't seem like a war that Na'Vi can force a win out of at this point. Really being behind 16 seconds on the average attack time means that they just need to get a defense somehow. They've already built their bases. There's nothing really much more that they can do except to just try to put pedal to the metal, hit as hard and fast as they can. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not even really watching this attack from Tryhard. They must assume that he can get a 3-star, with one hand tied behind his back. And so it's just a matter of making sure that they execute perfectly on their next 2 hits and do everything that they can to try to keep the time as quick as possible. Root Riders are coming in from Tryhard over on the left side corner now with a Grand Warden backing them up and ready to puncture through this base as a super wall break has already cracked into that first compartment for the Barbarian King. Giant Gauntlet used early here now. We'll be able to smash through that monolith and give an easy entry point now for the Queen as well on this bottom side, who's got so many more walls cracked down that she's going to get excellent DPS crashing through into the core of this base. Expect to see that overgrowth soon. There it is on the bottom section of the core of this base, allowing those Root Riders to continue pathing through one of that multi-archer tower, but kind of slowing down this King a little bit. He's just gonna have to work on a wall for a little while, as this overgrowth spell is not gonna be giving him any easy targets to latch onto, Bash.
Yeah, the King doesn't know where to go. He did get a couple strikes on the Town Hall while he was in that Giant Gauntlet form, so it did take a little bit of damage, but look how many troops he has here on the backside. As that overgrowth fades, here comes the Wall Breaker. I think that was intentional to keep the King in. Wow. As the King will now go in and secure the Town Hall. Tryhard with a 200 IQ play here. Keeping the King in tow, and it's a 3-star in 1 minute 20 seconds. Beautifully done.
Just let me hyper-focus on the fact that the King was hitting like 5 different walls in the core of that base. Sure, but with a wall break to smash through the perfect corner, Tryhard, it's like he knew how this attack was going to end before it even began. The perfect planning and obviously ideal execution just leads Milliceme MG with an even greater position now. Even though their average time just slightly ticked up a little tiny bit, it is not going to be anything that they have to worry about with a still massive lead over Na'Vi on the time race. It's really up to Kingsman now to just close this out. The entire war comes down to his last attack, as Na'Vi just have to do everything they can to hold their breath and hope out beyond any hope that they can somehow get a defense.
I was just confirming there. I didn't think that clock ticked over to 120. I thought it did initially, but it was 1 minute 19 seconds there. So still, I mean, that's still fine. I mean, they're up huge already. Now, this is where I want to see if Na'Vi does something crazy. This is where Na'Vi's creativity can come in handy, where they can use one of those crazy fireball shots and come in and take out a whole core of the base. But also, if you're Milliceme MG, you know that Na'Vi can do that, and you probably aren't giving them too much fireball value with your base builds. We got 2 bases remaining for Na'Vi to attack. Is there one in there that they really like for a fireball? Is there something that they can do to get a lot of value? That's what I'm going to be keeping my eye on here, as Na'Vi try to close the gap however possible.
Well, I see 306 total seconds used by Milliceme MG, while on the other side, Na'Vi coming up with, it looks like 275 seconds. So in order just to tie it out on this next round, they would need to have just a, what would that be? 306 less 275. Quick maths out there will confirm it's a 31 second differential. That would be so much faster than even the world record time that it really is going to require 2 lightning fast strikes from both Klaus and Stars, as well as an extraordinary defense against Kingsman to give any time possibility up for Na'Vi to get the win here. I think more likely they are just going to have to rely on a defense against Kingsman. As impossible as it seems to sound right now. Let's see if Stars can make sparks fly, or if he's going to come crashing down to earth.
Yeah, and here we go with the dragon attack here for Stars. We do have plenty of rages, one overgrowth, pretty standard here. Taking his time, getting ready. Here comes a giant arrow through the middle of that base. Goes ahead and takes out the air sweeper. Everything else is kind of just collapsing in. Doesn't really have time to let too much happen here. King is already in there on the top left. The barracks is in on the top right of the funnel of the queen in. And here comes the warden's ability to protect the warden from those headhunters that did come out of the clan castle. Now it's all on everything really kind of work together and collapse into the middle of this town hall as the overgrowth is already in as well.
Yeah, beautiful overgrowth here gives these dragons plenty of room to spread out and surround the core of the space. Stars is really doing everything he can to put a ton of pressure on the defenses here. Didn't really shut down very many at all with that overgrowth, even allowing the monolith to stand. Dragons do get an early lock on there thanks to that town hall being untargetable under the overgrowth spell. And as we collapse into the final stage of this hit, it's looking like it's going to be just barely over a minute. Beautiful strike from Stars does give them a little tiny bit of hope. But as we already mentioned, there is so much of a time advantage on the Millicene MG side of things that even a 1 minute and 7 second strike here is not going to be enough to keep them competitive against a team that really just has one more finishing blow from Kingsman to get the victory and move them on to the grand finals for this week.
Yeah, they do make up 12 seconds there, but you're right, it's not enough. They're going to be at a 36 second disadvantage if my math is correct here going into the final attack. So at this point, you basically need Kingsman to make a major mistake, whether it be a 2-star or even a 2-minute attack could leave the window open. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, but if you're Kingsman, you know what you need to do. You know you just need a safe 80-second attack here, and you should be able to win this war. Now, if you're Na'Vi, you're over there sitting with fingers crossed. You still have a few chances. You know, there's still a few more cups here for the Snapdragon Pro Series. There is still one more golden ticket qualifier, but they are really starting to run out of chances to qualify for Worlds.
Oh yeah, if they're already thinking about next week, they are not thinking in the right mindset to win here. Millicene MG know that they just have to close it out now, and there's kind of not a whole lot that Na'Vi can really do except to try to plan every single second that they can try to eke out of their next attack. They know that Kingsman is a big question mark for them because he is such a reliable striker. He could kind of take this any direction that he wants to at this point. Kingsman can kind of tailor his attack to exactly how much time he thinks Millicene MG needs to take out the win. You've seen before how a steady attack can pretty reliably put up about a 1:20 or 1:30 hit from any of these star-studded players. But you can also see players go ballsy, try to risk it all with the potential for a 1:10 attack. If that blows up in their face, though, you see what happened to Dima coming in with a 1:57. It can be a devastating blow to the lineup. So Kingsman knows he probably doesn't want to take very many risks on this next hit. This is going to be a safe strike for him. He'd probably be happy even if it comes in the 1:30 mark. That would be the slowest attack for this team. But his teammates have done him such a favor, such an advantage in keeping that average attack time low that he doesn't need to risk it all with the scary, even slightly small possibility of a miss of the 3-star. He doesn't want to let that happen. So starting out safe and secure with that skeleton spell in the left side corner, he's going to distract the enemy king and give an easy entry point now for the siege barracks to back up the rest of the support over here. He's going really fast though already with an ice golem to protect the archer queen and the royal champion charging through. He's pretty much deployed his entire army now, Bash, and wasting no time at all.
Doesn't want to leave anything to chance here. You don't want to give Na'Vi too much of a space here that they can maybe make a comeback. You still want to keep the pressure on them 36 seconds is a lot, but you don't want to leave that open to chance. Root Riders are surging through the middle of the base. The big thing here is going to be the Town Hall takedown. With it looks like the Queen's going to be in charge of that. No overgrowth on this one, so everything is going to stay up throughout this attack, and he just has one more freeze and one more rage to protect his troops through here. The Queen should have no problem taking down this Town Hall. She goes ahead and goes to ability there. We'll take out the Arch Tower, then go to the Town Hall. It does use the freeze there. World Champion working through the bottom, and everything's just going to make it to the top side of the base now.
Beautiful assault as Kingsman crosses the 80% march with 1 minute and 10 seconds committed so far. The collapse toward the inside of this base is going to be right on pace for approximately 90-second finish. Closing in, and he might save a few seconds here as the Arch Queen is able to reach over that wall, and it looked to me like it was an 84-second time. Kingsman is such an extraordinary attacker, and I see some shade in the chat from Beamers once saying a safe 80-second attack is kind of an unreasonable statement to make, but for a world's qualified player like Kingsman, 80 seconds is not too difficult to pull off. He knows exactly what he has to do to make it happen. And there it was, 84 seconds left, just a little tiny bit of time on the board for Na'Vi to try to gasp with some sort of breath in this next strike at a possibility of eking out a win. But I don't even know if there's any possible way for them to do it. It would be another world record performance on time if they could somehow manage to eke out a victory here. I think Millicene MG are in a very safe position to claim victory now, Bash.
I mean, it is very silly that we say a safe 80-second attack. I will give you that is a very silly statement, but it's just where we are, and that's we're living in the speed meta, which there's nothing wrong with that. I love 3 stars as much as the next guy, but when it comes down to the time, man, I mean, 80 seconds is that safe range. Like I said earlier, 75 to 85 seconds is where you want to be. That's where you want to be living. Obviously, you want to have 1 or 2 people that can go faster than that, and you're usually going to win most wars. Not every single war, because we saw Na'Vi in their first war go super quick, but we see the opposite of that this war. They had the one slow attack in this war, was at 157 from Dima, and that pretty much, I mean, I don't want to be rude here, but that pretty much is going to cost them this war, barring any beautiful world record speed attack here.
It's not rude at all, Bash. I mean, you're a commentator. It's up to you to call out the misses and the hits as you see them. And it really is the defining moment of this war to see a hit from Dima at the 1 minute 57 second mark being the downfall for this squad. I mean, Stars came in with 1 minute and 7 seconds. Gaku came in with 1 minute and 8 seconds. These are players that were keeping the time pace ahead of what Millicene MG were putting up. And no fault at all to Dima. He's an amazing player, certainly deserves a spot on a Worlds caliber team, puts up solid 3-star performances, and for years now has been able to perform at the top level of COC esports. But it doesn't mean that he's a perfect player. And I think that this time you're right to say that 1 minute and 57 seconds is just too slow for him to be able to expect that this squad can have a solid chance at taking the win now. It is just an extraordinary task ahead for Klaus to try to close this out with a victory, and I don't think that an 8-second average differential between the 5 hits that his team has seen so far is going to be something that he can close out with any reliability at all to finish this one off.
Yeah, it's a real uphill battle. I mean, these things happen though. I mean, even if you are a world's caliber player, a world's MVP type caliber player, all it takes is one building, and we saw that on Dima's attack where the one storage costs a little bit of extra time. Now we're gonna have Klaus coming in with a Valkyrie attack along with the Super Barbarians. No roots on this one. Does have a battle blimp. We have a giant arrow in there. We got spiky ball. We have a lot of heavy damage built equipment rather to take out a lot of buildings, taking his time, getting ready to make the strike, and he knows he has to go fast here. He's gonna go like impossibly fast. Here we go, giant arrows in along with the quakes and the zaps, gets the monolith down, gets the poison tower in, and Na'Vi Klaus is flying at the start of this attack.
Klaus requires a 47-second attack to tie it up against Millicene MG, and that would be a world record performance, tying some of the quickest attackers that we have ever seen in a world's caliber match. He fires off that bouncy, spiky ball and gets a lot of excellent shots off against the interior of the space. Pops the Eternal Tome and is wasting no time at all. Did not even bring an overgrowth spell because he knows that he cannot afford to waste a single second in this strike. Super Barbarians along the edge of the bottom of the map are going to encounter that enemy Archer Queen. A little bit of bad news for him, but if he can avoid having to take her out, that is even more hit points saved and more time that is going to be shaved off this attack. But with that passing of the 2 minute and 13 seconds remaining, this is not a 47-second attack. Klaus has done an incredibly quick attack, but cannot get a 3-star in quick enough time for a victory from Na'Vi. Millicene MG advanced to the finals despite a beautiful hit from Klaus and will be marching onward, having eliminated a world championship lineup.
That was a blink and you'll miss it type of attack as Klaus was flying through there. Very action-packed. Everything went in there. That last compartment on the top side there with the 2 Teslas in the storage did cost a few seconds, but ultimately it was a near impossible task to get the, what was it, 47 seconds? That's so crazy. Na'Vi, Klaus did his best to try to give Na'Vi a chance there, but they will be eliminated from this week's cup, which means Millicene MG will be moving on to our final this week and looking to secure a spot in our grand final. So taking a look at our updated bracket here, we do have Millicene going into the grand final, and we will have Reckoning going against Synchronic in our next matchup here on the show. Wow, what a week this is shaping up to be, Woody.
Awesome strike from Millicene MG, and they stay at the top of the whole Clash of Clans esports race right now. I mean, they are the team to beat at this point, holding a golden ticket and in the finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series bracket. Millicene MG might be the best team in COC esports right now, Bash.
And with the addition of Max, I mean, that's huge. I mean, they're putting the pieces of that puzzle together, but we'll have to see if they can win our cup this week and move forward to our grand final, guys. We have more Clash of Clans action. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. We'll be back after a short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
What a crazy matchup between Na'Vi and Milliceme MG. Milliceme getting the victory. Welcome back, Maxi. Man, what a war that one was, huh?
It was intense up until the very last attack, and if anyone out there is able to pull off a fast 3-star like that, it would have been Klaus, and he tried his very best. It was still an impressive time there. This one compartment left standing, if he would have had something to take care of that, it would have been sub 1 minute at least. So great effort there, but in the end it was MMG having the upper hand, and they are our first finalist. But we're looking for their opponent for the final now in the second semi-final, and it is between Synchronic and Reckoning.
Yeah, this should be a great matchup. Synchronic, one of our 3 golden ticket holders in this week's cup. It is crazy how stacked this week's bracket is. Taking a look at Synchronic's roster, we will see 5 out of these players here: Philip, Einstein, General X, Simon, Mark, Daniel, and Imran. These will be the players for Synchronic, and this roster, they are deep and they play so well together. It's fun watching them attack, but for Reckoning, it's going to be an uphill battle going against this golden ticket winner.
For sure, but they are bringing a stacked lineup with very well-known names to the table. It is Ariam, Hiroya, STK, Ryuta, and Nia Rome. And all of those players are known as they were part of other very popular esports teams in the competitive scene. I mean, it would be too long to list all of them, and I don't know if I have all of them in my head, but Ariam, a French player who used to play with some guys from the MMG squad, in fact, in MMG earlier. And yeah, he's been in many different teams. Then we have Nia Rome and Hiroya, also very well known. Hiroya was in the World Championship with, I think, Early Attacks last year as well. So all of them are very well experienced and highly skilled players.
Yeah, and one thing it seems like we've seen this year has kind of been a big roster shakeup. It seems like every year we see rosters and teams playing under different banners when they sign to different orgs, but it seems like a lot of teams have taken, you know, maybe a core of 3 players and then added in a player from here, a player from there, and it's kind of working out for a lot of these teams. So we'll have to see if this works out for Reckoning. If they can, I think this would definitely be considered an upset if they could beat Synchronic, as Synchronic does have that golden ticket already. I mean, Synchronic's no slouches their own. This team has been playing really, really well this season, and they have a lot of chemistry so far together.
They do, exactly, but they also have great defenses there in their bases, which is probably because they have such experienced base builders like General X among them. But they're already in for their first attack, and they want to show us what they got on offense this time, with Simon kicking us off with a nice giant arrow flying through the base and the healer puppet, which makes 3 healers emerge for a little bit of a queen walk on this right side towards the bottom of the base. At the same time, dragons are coming in from the top side, and he will soon add the king on the outside, I think, to get into this no, actually to tank for the queen. But Bash, now it's all about this town hall takedown, and if he can get some dragons and loons to go there.
Yeah, he elected to not use the overgrowth on the town hall, which we see a lot of times. So the dragons need to get there and get this town hall down now. The king is out in front of the queen, so that's not an issue. But freeze spell comes in, great freeze spell there. But he's running out of spells. Only 1 more freeze and 1 more rage. These dragons are distracted by skeletons. They need to make their way to the town hall and get it taken care of as soon as possible.
Yeah, nice job there on the freezes, and he will get the Town Hall takedown barely. The freeze spell before on the Monolith and the Town Hall was just a little bit late, and at this point he has to really trust in his king with his ability and the Royal Champion with her ability. There are some raged up defenses in the core looking scary. Luckily the rage runs out, and the Royal Champion, she's got her ability but not too much juice, and I wonder if this can even be a 3-star.
This is going to be tough. Yeah, I agree. The Royal Champion does go to ability there. Haste Vial, the Hogs do come out, but with that Monolith still standing, the King goes to Phoenix. Maybe the Phoenix can tank here for the World Champion. She's going to need some kind of help. Oh, Phoenix takes a big strike from that Seeking Airmine. I think this is going to be a fail here, Maxi. This is not how Synchronic wants to start this war. It's a 99% 2-star absolute devastation to begin our war.
I couldn't agree more. That is not what they want, and we kept on talking about a single slip up that is needed from Synchronic when they were playing against the Quantum Bears in their quarter final, and now we finally see that, but in their very first attack. So what Reckoning need to do now, they need to change their entire game plan, because you know, usually it is all about getting those fast 3-stars, as we saw in this most recent match between Na'Vi and MMG. But once a team fails, it's all about getting the 3-star no matter the time. And that means that these attackers might bring different strategies, different army compositions now that are more safe in 3-starring, that are maybe more controllable, but that result in slower 3-star attacks. But luckily, it was the very first attack from Synchronic now that failed, so they have a lot of time to replan their attacks for at least the last 2 or 3 attacks that will be coming in. For the first one, if I was them, I would just stay with whatever attack they had initially planned, but for the next ones, they should definitely look for other entries into the bases.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think they need to go too crazy here and do anything too extreme, because a lot of these players are practicing these fast attacks with the Root Riders and the Dragons, so you don't really want to stray too far from what you're practicing, because then that can cause some issues. So maybe just take safer entries and safer approaches, take your time on the attacks. It's not where you have to get in and get all your troops in and that first 10 seconds how you have to go sometimes. So they can kind of take the time, pace themselves, and really, I mean, I said at the beginning, it really upset the Synchronic team here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with all you are saying. I would say the same if I was in that team to my teammates, because if you now go for a queen charge, for example, that you haven't done in a long time, there is a higher risk of suddenly failing the attack. But Ariam, yeah, is I think doing exactly what you said. He is just coming in with the Root Rider strategy that I think he had planned on this base anyways. A very classic approach here, going in, and will soon use the Warden ability, maybe even protect the king. Yes, there it goes, and now he can overgrowth the entire center of the base.
Yeah, that was a really nice Warden ability that'll allow the king to heal back up a little bit. King is turning around. He does freeze the Monolith there as the king's taking quite a bit of damage. Those ice golems are just going to freeze everything up. Queen does deal with one of the ice golems on the top side, and he does use a wall breaker to break her in. And really, like, Ariam didn't have enough time to really change his plan here. I mean, he's probably excited that he saw the 1-star, but you really, within just a minute or two, would have to change the plan, and it's not really ideal here. But he's looking really strong here. Still has 2 freezes when everything wakes up, which it does right now. He can go ahead and freeze up pretty much everything in that core, allow the Queen, the Royal Champion, and everything to work through there. And it's going to be a 3-star for the Reckoning as they look to win this war. What a start for them.
Yeah, and it was a quick attack after all, so he definitely did not stray too much from what he had planned here. 1 minute and 15 seconds. I mean, we just take a look at it because it's interesting, and it is mostly what the players try to achieve, even though in this match it is very unlikely that the timing will decide in the end, as we have a 99% 2-star on the scoreboard for Synchronic. And for it to happen that the time would actually play a role here, Reckoning would have to get the same amount of stars and the same amount of percentage. So another 99% 2-star. It can happen for sure, but it's very rare.
Yeah, that would be devastating if we saw another 2-star 99%. I mean, just to get that exact precise number is just so rare. Before we had this meta where we saw, speed being the factor, it was very rare to see a star percentage tie. So it does happen, but it's just not a usual case here. And if you're Reckoning, now you're starting to adjust those plans. Now you're starting to make sure you have those safe, non-risky entries. And if you're Synchronic, you just got to do your best to 3-star out and hope for the best, because it's really an uphill battle when you miss on that first attack.
Yeah, and exactly. Hope is what they need to grasp, hold on to now, because we've seen fails before, and if it's not a 99% fail, it is going to be a lower percent fail. So a single fail of the Reckoning will put Synchronic back in the lead. Unless it's a 99%. So, and we talked about their bases, their base building team, General X, definitely one of the top 5 base builders in the world. Some other names that come to mind are Stefan from Tribe Gaming or Satan's, and many more that I cannot mention now, but you are in my mind as well, guys. Yeah, but he's definitely one of the greatest out there, and these bases are tested by some of the best players in the world. So if anyone can hold back another team, then it should be them, and that's what I would hope for if I were them.
Yeah, and it's really all you can hope for is just really one mistake, one of those bases to hold up. And we've seen it. And a lot of times, if you are missing right now, it's rarely going to be a 99%. Usually it's going to be like a low to mid 90s attack because you just had one compartment go wrong. And we've even seen 80%. So it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. But with it happening in that first spot, Reckoning has a lot of chance to kind of take the time and make up for that mistake. We do see Philip coming in next. We do have Spiky Ball, Giant Arrow coming in for the Queen, along with that Quake and Lightning combo to take out the Invis Tower and Monolith. So a great setup here for Philip. And now Synchronic's just got to get some 3 stars on the board.
That's right, and you have to keep in mind that Philip was the one that failed for that almost failed, for Synchronic in their previous war. So maybe he's a little bit nervous now, but great job there with the Rage spell on the Queen on the right side as he sent her directly into the Tesla farm, and this way she will actually get amazing value there with being healed by those healers from the healer puppet. He just has to take care of these ground expos sooner or later, otherwise the damage will be too much for his Queen to survive. But it's looking all good. Same goes for the core of the base, where the Warden protects all of his troops, negates all the incoming damage, especially from those Infernos and the Town Hall. The Town Hall gets taken out. Queen has amazing value. Royal Champion already fighting off defenses and the Queen at the top side of the base. Everything is collapsing into these last couple of buildings, and this is looking really strong and pretty fast as well.
Very nice base here for Philip as those dragons are just breathing fire on all of these structures, and it's going to fall down with about a minute 21 on the clock. So a great pace if they are able to get the defense somehow. Philip gets the job done for a 3-star, but the question is going to remain and loom throughout the rest of this war. Is the damage done with the 2-star 99%? Maxi, it is so crazy that we are looking at 2-star 99% might lose them this war, but that's just where we are, man.
That's exactly where we are. I mean, it's not just the meta. We talked about how it is offense heavy, but it is also these pro players. Like, I used to be a pro player, but these days when I would get those bases, I would definitely fail like 30-40% of the attacks because I don't have the routine anymore. And these guys, they practice every single day. They play Legend League with 1 or even more accounts. They play community tournaments. They play all these qualifiers, and they are really the best of the world. They know every single troop, they know their abilities, they know what they can achieve in a base and what they cannot achieve. So the way that they look at a base is just entirely different from what most of the players do when they take a look at it. So the way they dissect it, they choose the troops, they know exactly which amount of troops they need to overcome a certain compartment and so on. And that's what makes them so good, and what you know is so relevant for the consistency that these players are showing. And that is really, really impressive. But sometimes, especially under the pressure and with the bases they bring to the table in this kind of tournament, there can be fails. And one of them we saw, and maybe we will see another one. There's definitely a chance for that, even though the hit rates are very, very high amongst these players.
Yeah, we still have 7 attacks remaining in this war. One thing I want to add on to what you were saying there, not only like how they dissect the bases, but the hero equipment that they choose. It's very interesting to see how fast they're able to pick. Oh yeah, I can use Spiky Ball here, I can Giant Arrow there. I mean, we saw that Giant Arrow right there, just so useful. So the combinations that these teams are using, because I mean, the equipment is interchangeable now. You can use any equipment on any attack, so it's really fun to see some of these combinations. We don't see a ton of Fireball, but when we do, that can be really fun. The Giant Arrow is seeing a lot more play these days, and even the Giant Gauntlet from the King, it allows him just to grab so many more. We see the King taking down single Town Halls by himself with those jump spell combinations, so a lot of interesting factors going into planning an 80-second attack. I know we talked about earlier, like, oh, just a casual 80-second attack, but that's where we are. That's the meta right now, and if you're able to do that on a consistent basis, most of the time you're going to have a lot of success. Hiroya is going to come in next with a standard Root Rider attack. Reckoning just looking for 3 stars to close this war out. A perfect war will get them the victory and move them on to our final today.
Yeah, and that is why I think Hiroya is just starting with the heroes and taking his time. Otherwise, he would have most likely already sent the Root Riders in or used the Siege Barrage somewhere. But he just said, okay, I don't have to go for a 20-second faster attack. It is better to wait, so the heroes have created a clear pathing for my Root Riders through the base. So it actually makes the probability of the attack being a success higher. And now we have to wait for the Warden ability. There it goes, Warden. Thought for a second there to go towards the King of the Queen and leaving those poor Root Riders behind, but Hiroya reacted quickly there and protected all of them with the Warden ability. There goes the Overgrowth spell, and now it's all about taking out the defenses around the Town Hall and finally getting back there to take it down.
And with the nice timing and pacing here, should have no issue with that. The heroes are very, very healthy. Here come the super minions out of that barracks. Tons of Root Riders still remaining. Here come those barbarians on the bottom side to collapse. And this is surely going to be another 3-star for the Reckoning as they are destroying these Synchronic bases so far. Free spells come down on the Town Hall, on the Monolith, and once this Town Hall falls, there's going to be nothing to stop this attack. A beautiful attack for Hiroya as the Reckoning are looking to play upset and move on to our finals.
Yeah, and a nice job there with the freezes in the end to make sure that the troops do not get poisoned by the poison spell tower. Yeah, all about this attack just was so solid. Like, it was never in doubt that it would be a 3-star. The pathing was great, the plan was great, the way that he made this attack even more safe than it usually would have been if he would have played it for the best possible time was just great, and his execution was on point, so no doubt about that, and it just showed the experience of a player like Hiroya that we talked about initially. So, for example, Quantum Bears, they're like a team where I would say being so close to a possible victory against an opponent like Synchronic could result in, you know, them being too nervous and maybe make a mistake that they usually do not. But, you know, this caliber of a team like Reckoning, it is even more unlikely that they will make a mistake now that they have been handed the victory. I wouldn't say on a silver platter, but like the door towards the victory was opened very, very widely by Synchronic there with their fail.
Yeah, it's very clear what you have to do. All you have to do is get those 3 stars. I mean, and this Reckoning team, it's not like it's a bunch of new players that we've never heard of. This is a team of 5 players that have been around esports for a long time. They've played under a lot of different banners. Now they're together, and they can really, like, they can make a little bit of a run here. If we see them make it to our grand final, they could be a team to kind of watch out for. I know we have a lot of huge names already in this tournament. I mean, look at today's cup alone. 3 golden ticket winners in there. We have Na'Vi in here. Like, this cup was stacked. Last week's cup was pretty stacked as well. So I'm looking forward to see our final 2 cups, which we will have coming up in the following 2 weeks. They will be 4 hours later than the starting time from this week, and then 4 hours later from the starting time of that one on the following week. So make sure you guys follow, subscribe, whatever platform you're watching on. That way you don't miss any of the Snapdragon Pro Series action, because there is a silver ticket on the line in our grand final, which takes place August 10th and August 11th. So make sure you tune in for that as well.
Yeah, that is a great remark there. Definitely make sure to do that, guys. And yeah, looking at the possible finalists, I think that winning this semi-final and getting into the final is actually worth so much already, because you will earn 50 points for the leaderboard, even if you do not win the Open Cup. And it is very likely that you are within or very close to the top 4 on the leaderboard if you gain these 50 points once, because once again, looking at today's teams, we have 7 different teams than last week. So it will definitely be another team with 50 points, just like last week. So VM Surgical, who were the runner-ups last week, they will stay in the very first position of the leaderboard. No matter what happens. But looking at the next attack now, we have a fireball, yeah, and oh yeah, okay. Nice job there by Einstein. I was yeah, something distracted me there, but yeah, Bash. It was a great fireball, right? Great value.
Yeah, fireball gets the monolith and the multi-target inferno along with a few other buildings in there. Great use of the invis. Remember that fireball does go to the closest defense, so by making those other defenses invisible, it's a great way to direct the traffic for that fireball, which goes right into the middle of the base. But you got to keep an eye on those Teslas that pop up. You notice those Teslas were in that compartment, so if they would have popped up, they could have caused an issue, but no issue here as we do have a ton of rocket balloons. They're going to collapse in. The heroes are in charge of taking the town hall, and all of these rocket balloons will work on these exterior defenses, along with that bat spell down there on the bottom, just looking to kind of distract so these rocket balloons can get more value.
Yeah, it's looking really good. The only thing that bothers me a little bit is that there were ice golems in the clan castle, and the town hall just stayed up for so long. He had to pop the king and the queen ability there. Queen is still alive, king is about to go down, but looking at what is left of this base, there's not too much that can hold Einstein back. There one more rocket loon that he could use on the right. Tesla, multi-inferno there, just did it. And this base is history there. Great job by him. It's not like a super fast rocket loon attack like we saw from Kazuma earlier, but as it is not about the time anymore in this match, it was a very, very convincing 3-star. I really liked how the Warden with the Rage Vial stayed up so long after the use of the Fireball, and it was supporting the King and the Queen, raging them up and giving this hero push into the center of the base even more power. So great job by Einstein, keeping the pressure high for his team.
And really, time isn't going to matter too much here. It's very unlikely that if we do see a miss from Reckoning that it's going to be a 99%. It could happen, don't get me wrong. So we're not really focusing too much on time this war. This one's more about 3 stars. If Reckoning can 3-star out, they are securing that victory, moving on to our final to play against Milliceme MG. However, Synchronic just got their fingers crossed. They still have to do their job. They still have to get the 3 stars, but hoping that they can catch the Reckoning slipping and get maybe a 2-star on defense. But so far, Reckoning through 5 attacks, they are perfect, but this will be their 3rd attack upcoming.
Yeah, and MMG will be watching this match very, very closely. You know, of course, to scout their opponents, to maybe change some traps, to maybe make the right decision as to which bases to use. Maybe they see a weakness of those teams, like some kind of base type that they struggle against. For me, it was pretty obvious that not obvious, but it caught my eye that the attack that failed was a dragon attack, while most of the attacks that Synchronic Gaming were doing today were ground-based Root Rider attacks. So it seems like that is their comfort zone and what they are most experienced, most routined with, while the dragon attack is something that they might have been practicing, but you know, are lacking maybe just the last 1 or 2%. But you can never tell that for sure from one single attack, but after all, it was their fail. So maybe MMG, they're like, okay, if they fail a dragon attack, why don't we put all of our traps against air type of attacks, or like against dragons that go into a town hall, you know, because at this level you actually have to not pray, but kind of hope for a lucky shot if you want to have a defense, and that is only possible basically when the attacker makes a huge mistake or when you put everything in an attack against a certain entry.
Look at this, we get a Queen Charge Lalo here from Narume. We don't see this too much with the current meta. You don't really have time to set up that long Queen Charge, which we've seen in the past, but this one could be really, really fun to watch. Flame Flinger comes in from the bottom side, should have no issue taking out this multi-target Inferno and the Ricochet Cannon, 2 major defenses in there, and the Queen should be able to charge in here. And check this out, 5 super wall breakers, so we should have a very deep push with this Queen Charge. Queen's working through here, just working on the tops, working on these clan castle troops here. Hopefully everything's good over there with Maxi, which she's going to go ahead and work through. She should be able to get into the town hall, it looks like here. She's going to work in. King's going to cut her pathing off, and the Queen will now be in charge of getting this town hall single-handedly. So it's going to be a tall task, but with the wall breakers opening up all those compartments, should have no issue. Still has 3 wall breakers in hand. The King is going to work around the top side of the base, and with them having the defense, they know they can take their time, set this one up, and just work through here. Here comes another wall breaker, and let's see if the Queen can get in here. Yeah, she's going to be fine. Queen will have a clear path to the town hall, and let's see. Maxi, are you back? You good, Maxi? Oh, we might have lost Maxi. Oh no, we might have lost Maxi, guys. That's all right. I got this one. We got this under control. Queen charge for the town hall will be no issue. King goes ahead, hits his ability up top. He's going to go ahead and work through. And, oh, he pops out of that compartment. Maxi having some technical issues here, but we will go ahead and handle this one. Queen will go ahead and charge into the town hall. Keep an eye on this poison tower and the sweeper as the warden goes ahead and deploys with the balloons, uses the warden ability, the eternal tome, to protect those balloons. As long as the Queen can get this town hall down, there should be nothing to stop this one. This is a very nice attack from Naomi. Nairome, rather. It's easy for me to say, as he's going to go ahead and work through, take the town hall down, and here comes that World Champion on the right side. Reckoning doing a great job realizing that all they need is to get 3 stars. It doesn't matter how fast, how slow, they do a great job of getting the triple. This one is very clean. Look at the time, though. Imagine if we did have a time issue here. This one is super, super slow. Oh, just over 2.5 minutes, but it is a 3-star. As long as they can go perfect, they'll be good. And Maxi, you're back?
I am indeed.
There we go.
Great job. I watched the end of this attack there by Nero. Yeah, the Queen charge, we actually talked about it as an alternative attack before. It just takes so much time, so much more time that we are used to, but in the end it is a safe 3-star for sure. There we can see there in the end screen how many balloons were still alive. So great job from Nero. We did
Maxi's going to robot mode.
What needs to be done?
Oh, maybe. Nope. Oh, he's in and out. Maxi, you're in and out, bud. You're in and out. That's okay. Those things happen when we're doing remote broadcasts. We'll let Maxi get his things under control here. I'll go ahead and handle as we work into the next one. I think Maxi's trying to switch to hotspot here. How you doing, Maxi? You good?
I'm doing good. It's just I am having some connection issues.
Oh boy.
As you guys can tell.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out again, Maxi. You're cutting in and out. All right, I think you're back. It's okay. It's okay. All right. We know the story of this war so far, though, guys. Synchronic has 3-star out. Reckoning, if they 3-star out, will get the victory, move on to play Milliseam MG in our grand final. So a lot on the line in these final few attacks. General X is going to be the attacker for Synchronic, as we do have dragons, we have balloons, we have a battle blimp coming in here. Taking a look at the hero equipment, looks pretty standard for a dragon setup. The jump spell comes in, and we're going to go ahead and have this King surging into this compartment. King is going to have to turn back, but here come all the dragons from the bottom side. We do have a rage down, and there goes the Warden's Eternal Tome to go ahead and take down this town hall. Perfect entry here for General X, and Synchronic is holding on to any hope that they can get this war won. I don't know how they can get this war won, though. It's going to be such an uphill battle. They need to force a mistake from their opponent here in the Reckoning, but I guess I keep saying the Reckoning is just Reckoning, huh, guys? That's okay. That's okay. Queen's charging on the top side, World Champion on the left side. All the dragons collapsing through here. We still have 1 rage, 3 freezes, so plenty of support here. Rage does go in to go ahead and get that World Champion through the single. Queen pops ability. She's going to go ahead and work through the top side of this base with those healers. World Champion works through with the Hogs, and there should be no sweat for General X. I like that Synchronic is keeping the pressure on here with the speed, so they are going really, really quickly, and they are really, really consistent with these attacks. It was just that 199% that was an issue. Oh man, it's so devastating to see that, because Synchronic is moving so quickly here, and they their pace is really, really good. This one did slow down here at the end, but they get another 3-star on the board, and Synchronic just hoping that they can force Reckoning into a mistake as they continue their 3 stars here. Maxi, how you back here?
Yes, I am. Luckily, my Wi-Fi is back too. My hotspot just wasn't strong enough to carry the HD camera here and make you see my excited and also scared face while those cutouts were happening. But yeah, now I'm fully back here in this match. Unlike Synchronic, who are still trying to catch up on the disadvantage from their very first attack. Great job though by General X, so keeping at least a little bit of pressure on Reckoning, who now needs to 3-star out basically to win this war, but it's still looking good for them. But yeah, I'm excited to see what they will bring to the table. Will they bring maybe another Queen Charge attack, something different? Because as we talked about earlier, I think that just opens some room for mistake, as it is out of the ordinary that these teams are doing at the moment.
Right, yeah, I mean, we saw it there on that Queen Charge. It was just over 2.5 minutes, so it's not something you're going to bring out just because of that speed. It is very strong, it is very consistent, but man, if you're not using it, it is so slow, and if you make one mistake, you can really just swing this one back. We already see Synchronic, not only are they 3-starring, but they're going at a good pace here. They're between that 80 and 90 second mark, so if you can force Reckoning into a mistake with an attack they're not practicing a lot, it could leave the door open for them to kind of steal this one here at the end.
Yeah, just imagine a Queen Charge something that results in a time fail, 99%. I mean, we used to see that a lot in other metas at other Town Hall levels, especially as Queen Charges were always on the stronger side of attack strategies, and especially Queen Charge Lalo was one of the attacks that the pro players really like to use. But sometimes when the charge just took a little bit too long, it could end up in those close time fails towards the end, and that would really bring some more excitement into this match. But yeah, we have to wait and see. I think this is wishful thinking. It's rather uncommon that any attack will be close on time. It is either a power fail for some reason, or it will usually be a 3-star.
Yeah, you're right. Usually all the troops are just getting taken out, and that's what causes the fail, or we're just having an 80-second 3-star. It is going to be STK from Reckoning coming in with a Root Rider attack. Pretty standard setup for the Roots, and honestly, if I were them, this is what I would go with. It is very strong, it's very consistent, but ooh, check this out. The King taking a little bit of a walk. Wanted the King to go up into that compartment and maybe clear a little bit of pathing here and maybe join those Root Riders, but instead he's going to pop to the outside. But this one's still under control. No major issues there, just it would have been convenient for the King to get that scatter down.
Definitely. However, the Root Riders protected by the Warden now do this job, but they get lured a little bit towards the outside. Not what STK would have wanted, especially because there is a multi and a... Okay, the Monolith is at least overgrown at the moment, but the other defenses are, yeah, killing these Root Riders off one by one. The Royal Champion is being sent in, but it's too little too late. These Root Riders are history, but he still has a lot of troop and firepower on the top side of this base.
Still has Queen up there along with a few Root Riders. It is fading a little bit. We will have these Super Barbarians come in. It's going to have to use these freeze spells and the Rage spell as the Royal Champion does go to ability. She has that Haste Spell with the Hog Puppet. Needs something to go in and get the Town Hall. Queen is on the outside. There's not enough firepower in the middle right now for the Town Hall. But there still is one Rage and Freeze. It looks like the Queen should make the turn and go back to the Town Hall. She does. She'll have that under control. And Reckoning, even though this was a little bit closer and a little bit riskier, all they need is 3-stars. That's all that matters at the end of the day for them. So they will get the 3-star here, and they will maintain their lead against Synchronic.
Yes, and STK even had 2 more spells that he basically did not need towards the end. Really clever to hold on to those, just in case this would have gone even closer. He could have reacted and maybe help the Royal Champion survive even longer, or the Queen to make sure that she can make her way back into the core with the ability she still had left. So it is always very good if an attack does not go according to plan completely, to hold on to at least a freeze spell, in this case even a freeze and a rage spell, as it just, you know, gives you a little bit more flexibility to react as to what your troops are doing during the development of the attack.
Yeah, and holding on to them is just so nice. If you're able to do that and just be able to, you know, have those just in case you need them in that situation for the Town Hall, it's always a good thing. Now, Reckoning are 1 3-star away from moving on to our final here today. But remember, Synchronic, even though they are on the verge of elimination, they already have a golden ticket, so they're still feeling fine about what they're doing, and they can still come back and play in our next 2 weeks of cups and earn some points. They will get some points today and still have a chance to make their way to our grand final with a nice little prize pool, which, I mean, that's ultimately what they're playing for, is the nice prize pool that we offer here.
Exactly, and maybe to kick 1 or 2 teams out that they don't want to see in the World Championship. Na'Vi, for example, is of course a very feared opponent for all of these teams, and if you can have a say in whether they should make it to the World Championship or not. If I were Synchronic, I would definitely try to avoid that if possible. And I think that's the same reason why MMG play here. They have a golden ticket as well, and they were just able to do that, to get Na'Vi out of the competition by winning against them in the semifinals. And yeah, this is, I think, something that these teams keep in mind as well. But yeah, talking about the points, Synchronic, they will win 25 points if they will now lose against Reckoning, and they have 10 points already from last week, so definitely adding a good bit there on their leaderboard score. And they are the only team that have been in both of the open finals so far, and we have to wait and see if they can keep that streak going in the next ones.
Yeah, and this format is really, really tough. I mean, we do have 4 of these cups, so there's a lot of opportunity, but all of the cups are single elimination. So one little mistake, I mean, we saw it earlier. I mean, 1 2-minute attack and you're essentially out of the tournament and you have to come back the next week and play. Now, our grand final, that will be double elimination, but you have to make it to the grand final first to have that double elimination chance. So I think this one's a little bit more cutthroat, which I kind of like that. It forces you to make sure you're playing at the top tier and not making any mistakes. Oh, Mark is already in here as we missed a little bit of this attack. What do we got going on here? Looks like Valkyries in the middle. I don't see any Root Riders. There was a Golem in there. We do have a couple of Druids. And this one is well underway as we missed the opening here from Synchronic Mark.
Yeah, we did miss the opening, and also it seems like it is thinning out a bit, but then again, he's got the King ability, and that has so much value there with the Giant Gauntlet. Look at how easily he takes out this whole bottom compartment, and now it's a Royal Champion with her ability, and this, I can already say that this is going to be a 3-star because he's got enough firepower there, especially with the healed up bears there on the wall, now distracting the back end Teslas, and it is on the faster side of things there with around 1 minute and 19 seconds there in the end. So nice job, even though the hill that they have to climb seems insurmountable at the moment. They still leave that door that tiny bit open and have a theoretical chance still, if Reckoning fail now, to make it to the final.
But if Reckoning does fail, they are up on time. Even if they had the 99%, looking at the average time, they have a massive lead on time. I mean, Reckoning have kind of gone into cruise control and just gone for those safe 3-stars. So if something does go catastrophically wrong with the Reckoning's last attack here, Synchronic could win this war. I mean, it's still, I think it's going to be a long shot that something goes wrong here and that they miss. But just in case, Synchronic does hold that advantage right now.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Reckoning, whoever is their last player, I didn't really keep track, but will be going over his plan over and over again to make sure that, he knows every single drop, every single position. I know we are at a meta where usually you do not have to plan so precisely, but when it comes down to a single attack, if you win a war in a single elimination bracket at that stage, then you really have to do it. You have to concentrate to the best amount possible and really put that extra work in to make sure that you do not make any mistakes, because that is exactly a setting where you don't want to make any of them. In a Legend League attack, it doesn't matter if once or twice a week you fail, but in this one here, you definitely do not.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be Ryuta as the final attacker here for Reckoning. I mean, could be wrong because they do have extra spots on the roster, but that would be my guess is Ryuta as the closer here. So Reckoning looking to take this one and get the victory over Synchronic. They will go on, if they do get the victory, to play Milliceme MG in our final for our last matchup here today. So lots of Clash axes still to come. This one's not over yet, and we still got a full war here to determine who will go on to our grand final. So make sure you guys stay tuned. While you're at it, leave a follow, leave a subscribe, whatever platform you're watching on. And don't forget to check out our Discord and all that great stuff so you can keep up with all of the Snapdragon Pro Series news and not miss the next sign up for the next cup next week. So you and your buddies can play alongside of some of the best players in the world.
That's right, and maybe become some of the players of the world yourself if you put the work in. And we're only halfway through the Open Cups after today. We have 2 more to go and then the season final, so anything is still possible in this season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But for now, we have the final attack of this match, of our second semi-final, that will decide who will take on MMG in the final. Ryuda coming in with another Queen charge. He only needs to 3-star to win this war. It does not matter how fast he does it, and it is all about keeping that Queen safe at the start of the attack, especially against these double cannons, as they do such incredible damage on the Queen and also easily take out the Queen's unicorn here.
Yeah, that's very, very tough, as the unicorn did fall. He does deal with the ricochet cannon and the enemy queen as well. Checking out 5 super wall breakers on this one as well, so I think the queen's going to be in charge of the town hall here as well. So another deep queen charge, which I don't mind that. If you're reckoning and you're comfortable with it and you know how to queen charge, which we know pretty much all of our pro players know how to queen charge really well, you might as well take advantage of, but Queen does go to ability. Keep an eye on that as she makes her way towards the town hall. Wall breaker is going to go right, then needs to come back left. Here comes that other wall breaker, which will give Queen access to the town hall as she fights off these clan castle troops.
Yeah, but that actually worked out very, very well for him. The Queen taking care of the headhunters first, and she did not step into the range of the monolith, which is really, really nice for him. But yeah, getting rid of the Queen ability is definitely not what you want to see. That is why I think he's keeping an extra close look at his queen now, as she has to take care of the town hall. He rages early and she is able to get the job done. Now let's see how healthy the Root Riders are. He has not used the Warden ability yet, so it seems to me that he will have an easy time to get through the remainder of this base, but the Queen is running into a lot of damage there and she will soon be history.
Queen does get taken out right there, but there goes the Warden ability. With that healing tome, will protect those Root Riders so they can surge through the back end of the base. And the Reckoning looking to win this war with a Queen charge into Root Rider attack. King did go to Phoenix there, so King will be fading out here shortly. But with the World Champion, with the Hog Puppet Haste Vial combination still in there, should have no issue thinning out the remaining defenses. We do have a few Super Barbarians coming in, and it's going to be a victory for Ryuda and Reckoning against Synchronic.
Yeah, great job. The healers on the Root Riders definitely helped out a little bit there, but as you can see, full life Royal Champion with all her supporting Hoggies would have gotten the job done anyways. A 2-minute and 30 attack, but it does not matter. It is exactly what Reckoning needed, and Ryuda delivers it for his team. They take down the first golden ticket winner of this year and also the winners of the World's warm-up, so definitely one of the best teams in the world right now. So another great showing here from Reckoning, securing their spot in the final match.
I mean, this team is full of veteran players, so don't write them off just yet. They will go on to play against Milliseum MG, who is another golden ticket winner. I mean, if you're Reckoning, you got to play Synchronic, golden ticket winner already. You got to go into the grand final, or not the grand final, the final of the cup here, play another golden ticket winner. So this bracket is tough, but they're showing that they can hang. They did a great job there. I felt like we talked about it at the beginning, but they did a great job of switching to safer plans and just making sure they secure the 3-star. So GG's to them. Props on that plan, as it was well earned, identifying the mistake from Synchronic and taking full advantage. And we take a look at our updated bracket here. Reckoning moves on, and they'll play MMG and the grand final best of 1 series.
Yes, that's exactly where we are at. Amazing job here from them, and it is actually crazy that in order to gain a silver ticket, they have to overcome 2 golden ticket winners already, and there might be more in the future, because this is not the end of the road if they want to gain the silver ticket, but it definitely would be a huge step if they were able to win today and get the direct qualification for our season final, which is where the silver ticket to the last chance qualifier will be handed out. So I think it is a very well-deserved final, and we'll have to wait and see if they have the motivation to overcome another golden ticket holder.
And guys, make sure you don't go anywhere because our grand final for the Open Cup 2 will be right here after this short break. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're in Season 5 in our second Open Cup, and it is final time. We have MMG and Reckoning, and we have Woody back, who was on break and will now be joining me for this final. Woody, how'd you like that second semifinal match?
Beautiful match, although it started out with a tragic miss. It really was some great performances throughout the rest of the war and showed us why those two squads are so tightly contested. But Reckoning picked up a relatively easy win there, and compared to their next match against MMG, where they're going to go up against a Worlds qualified team that has been on a rip and a tear through this bracket, it's going to be a tough run for Reckoning, and I think that many people would consider Millis Team MMG the favorite in this next match.
Yeah, I guess I would think that too. But on the other hand, Reckoning were able to hold their opponents back twice. So not only did they get a defense against Synchronic, but also against WBB Space in their very first match. So maybe they just have the better bases, but we never know, as a golden ticket winning team is waiting for them. I mean, Synchronic was a golden ticket winning team too, but maybe they got a little bit rusty as they won that golden ticket back in March. But MMG, they're all in their juice at the moment, as they just won the golden ticket 2 weeks ago, I think. So they are really in the best form that they had this year.
Yeah, plenty of gas in the tank. They are at the very top of this competitive game and looking to hold on to that top spot. I mean, what else could you really ask for? If you just win a golden ticket and then you win a Snapdragon Pro Series Open Cup, there's no other competitive series that you could really compare against these two in terms of the world caliber in Clash of Clans esports. So I think MMG know what is riding on this next match because they're going to be attacking second. I feel like a broken record. I feel like I'm also only like the only caster who brings this up like frequently. I feel like it's such a major advantage to go second in the war because you know what you're having to go up against. You know exactly the time that you have to beat. You know if your opponents are going to miss at all or if you have to put up a 3-star every single time. It's just such a psychologically advantageous spot to sit and wait and watch.
I mean, of course, it definitely is if your opponents fail, but it can also be a more pressurized spot if your opponent just put up 58-second 3-stars, you know. But in general, I agree with you. You also have more time to prepare your first attack, while the attacker of the team that has to go first actually just has a couple of minutes to do that. So maybe it's a decision made in the heat of the moment that turns out to be wrong, the wrong approach on a base, and you end up with a 2-star, as we just saw in the Synchronic war before. So yeah, definitely some advantages and some disadvantages going with that. I don't even know who will be our first attacker in this match, but I don't hope that we will see another fail in the first attack.
I would imagine that it would be the team on the left side of their Reckoning. It looks like they're going to be going first, but we'll have to read off the rosters and give them a chance to square up and make sure that everything is lickety split and properly shown on our end. But with this next war coming up and two teams having just competed in the semifinals, Reckoning picking up a win just most recently, I guess that they're going to be cooling off a little bit, taking a sip of water, kind of recollecting themselves and ensuring that they are up to the task of this next match. Millis Team MMG as a squad has just been performing extraordinarily well with a 1 and 17-second attacking average in their semifinal match. They have really come out of the gate ripping and tearing. They're 1 and 23 in their match against Sigma squad. So on average, 1 and 20 seconds, right at that 80-second bar that we've set for high-level pro play to reach the finals in the Snapdragon Pro Series. On the other side, Reckoning in this last round, we saw them perform at a 1 minute and 54 second average. So when I was saying that they had a little bit of an easy walkthrough, you know, they saw a defense out of the first hit from Simon. And so they knew that all they had to do was put up 3 stars. They weren't really pushing as hard for time in this last round. They've got a really star-studded lineup with Irium, Hiroya, STK, Ryuta, and Nairomi. Really, really well-known players. But we haven't yet seen them on screen performing in the same sort of conditions that these other top-level teams at. So it's still a big question mark for me how they're going to do in this next match against Milliceme MG. They really kind of have to go from 0 to 60 in a very quick fashion, or else hope for an unexpected defense against Milliceme MG.
Yeah, for sure. But we just, like, at least in the last match, we saw that they very well know what the meta attacks are, that their execution is good. I mean, something that we wouldn't really question seeing the names that you just mentioned there on their lineup, but it shows that they are really up to date with all their strategies and their base building as well, defending Synchronic in that last match. So I think that they will, you know, meet at a balanced or level playing field here, both of those two teams. But for sure, MMG has shown more and more consistent performances throughout this year, where they really showed that they're one of the top teams at the moment, which is something that Reckoning have yet to prove. But today is exactly the right time to do that, because if they're able to defeat MMG, they not only defeat the most recent golden ticket winner, they also win a spot in the season final and getting one step closer to that silver ticket that those teams really want to get here.
Well, you're right that they also got a 15-14 win over WBB Space. So both matches that they've won so far have not had to come down to the tiebreaker on time. But it was a little bit more of a reasonable average time finish for them in that match. They had a 1 minute and 28 second scoreline there, with really just Hiroya coming over that average time at 1 minute and 39 seconds. That was their slowest hit. But their quickest hit was from Ryuta at 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's about as fast as some of the slower strikes from MMG. And so you really got to wonder what Reckoning have got up their sleeves for this next match, if they're going to be able to have to take it down to a tiebreaker, if they can keep that gas in the tank going all the way to the finish line. We know that VM Surgical still have 50 points on the leaderboard, finishing as the second place team from last week. And Reckoning will have a minimum of 50 now, having made it to the finals for this week. But Milliceme MG are really looking to get into that prize money position with a finish in the top spot here. That would mean that they don't have to compete the next couple of weeks and can just sit back, relax, maybe prepare and practice in other community-based events of, you know, perhaps lower stakes, while they plot and scheme for a big high-stakes $50,000 prize waiting in the Snapdragon Pro Series Open Finals.
Yeah, that is right. That's definitely something you have to look out for. And it's a guaranteed $2,000 prize once you make it into the season final. So if you win this match, this is actually a $2,000 match at least, and also gives you the chance to get the first prize, which I think is $18,000, but I would have, no, it's $20,000 actually. Yeah. 20,000, so a lot of money on the line. So I definitely understand why, even if you have a golden ticket, you would still compete in this tournament here. And I think that the first attacks of this match are just around the corner as well.
Very exciting, and with two stellar lineups, I'm looking forward to seeing the first attack from Arium. It's already underway. Reckoning will indeed be going first, and we've got a Siege Barracks on the left, Barbarian King on the right, Root Riders and Valkyries, a very standard lineup here, and there is no surprise so far from Arium, who's starting off strong. Archer Queen also popped over on the right side corner there to help with some funneling and outer edge destruction. Root Riders in the bottom right side here, supported by a Royal Champion as well in the bottom corner. This is shaping up to be a crushing strike into the core of this base. But what was with that jump spell, Maxi?
Yeah, I think he wanted the king to take out the right compartment and then go make his way to the left, which he only does now as he's already resurrected by the Phoenix, so he's not going to have much value anymore. So you could say that this jump spell was a little bit wasted there. He's still looking quite healthy there with the back-end Barbarians, being deployed just now. Royal Champion with her ability still intact, but he has to make his way back into this town hall at some point. And something that is pretty interesting about this is that Ariam is fighting against his former teammates there from MMG. He used to play in this all-French squad, but now has joined forces with some Asian-based players, I think mostly, in a Reckoning. And yeah, he seems to be finishing strong, Woody. It's the 3-star that he wanted, and it's a, yeah, rather... I wouldn't say average one, but exactly target one. On target there with the 81 seconds.
Excellent job there to Ariam at 81 seconds. That's going to be a solid start for Reckoning. A little bit over the average that we've seen from MMG in their previous hits, but nothing to be too disappointed about. And a good note there too about Ariam being a former teammate from MMG. Maybe that kind of gives him a little bit of an insight into sort of the basis that he might expect going up against them. But great recognition also as some of the weaknesses. The topside Archer Queen got frozen and then assassinated by 2 headhunters at the very end stage of that attack, keeping the pace up against an MMG squad. Doesn't really give them a whole lot to work with or to wonder about. Just a solid critical strike when Reckoning needed a heavy-handed hit to begin with. I think that they can be pretty happy with what Ariam delivered.
Yeah, for sure, especially in the starting position. You said it before, it is a tough spot. You don't want to give your opponents too much information about especially a weakness of yourself, if it was a fail of 2 stars or 1 stars, but also if it was a very slow attack. But this, as we said, was like good average, and you know, nothing to be ashamed of, nothing to be disappointed for. It sets the mark. It says, okay, we're here to deliver fast 3 stars. There could be slower one, there could be even faster one, so it doesn't give the opponent any information or, you know, any advantage at all that they could use. So it's basically just the same as before for MMG now. They just have to bring the fastest possible strategy and get the fastest possible 3-star with it.
Well, they'll be coming in shortly. We'll have to not wait too long for them to get into the arena. I'm excited to see what they choose to bring, if it's going to be the standard armies that they've had so far, or if something's going to be coming out of left field. I thought it was fun to see a mass Valkyrie army from them in that last war against Na'Vi when they picked up an early strike right out of the gates. I'll be curious to discover whether or not Reckoning have any similarly vulnerable bases that are kind of open to that sort of precision strike, or if they're just going to have to start off with you know, a standard complement of Root Riders and Valkyries, as we've come to expect. Siege Barracks being a very effective choice, though, in a lot of these armies. You know, we see a swap off here and there on pets. Sometimes spells get, you know, kind of shuffled in and out of place, but Siege Barracks seems to be one of the mainstays. It's going to be an aerial attack this time, and those do often bring a different siege machine. It's going to be the Stone Slammer this time around, focusing on defenses with Teamper at the captain's spot.
Yeah, and I think this is a base we already saw. It is, I think it is the base that Synchronic Gaming failed on in the last attack. But in the last attack, Simon approached it with a queen from the right side and then dragons from the top right side into this enemy queen compartment, and the monolith on the left side was left standing until the very end, which is why it resulted in a 2-star. But we have to wait and see how the Electro Dragons that Teampa is sending into the fight can take care of this base. But look at this, Woody, a mass Archer CC, and these Electro Dragons have a hard time, even though they do the chain damage, to get through these 40 Archers there.
Yeah, somewhat of a surprise that caused him so much trouble, because he did bring a poison spell to be able to use against them. That's usually a very solid counter against a mass archer army in there, but losing his Grand Warden now and all of the dragons going down. Teamper's army is just crumbling under wave after wave of defense, firing away, and the cleanup is going to be very difficult for him to pull off in a solid fashion. He still has an Inferno tower right there in the core, multi-Inferno, finding a Ricochet cannon to luckily go down to that Phoenix attack. But this poor Archer Queen is just getting hammered on multiple different sides now, and with the healers taking even more shots off, it's going to be a perilously close finish for Teeper to knock this one apart. 2 Super Barbarians to try to soak a little bit of that heat. 1 more Wizard to add on, but he has done everything he can now, and he just has to cross his fingers and hope that this Archer Queen is going to be enough to finish it, even as slow as it is. Oh no, a Skeleton Trap comes up, and that's going to slow her down even more.
Yeah, but it's still looking okay because the Queen has so much health. Even though the Unicorn is down, he will be able to get this. And this was like what was clutch about this was that the Phoenix was able to take out the double cannon. Otherwise, this Queen would not have had enough juice to take out all these buildings. But you said it just there, the time is not good at all. I mean, it's still better for MMG this way than if they had a quick 99% 2-star. Like it was almost the same as happened before to the opponents of Reckoning. Synchronic had this exact same base as the first base they went up against, and they failed. And it was, of course, also slow. But this time it is slow, but at least it's a 3-star. So, and the first one was an 81-second attack, so I think they're about a 47 seconds behind right now.
That is absolutely massive, Maxi. And I don't know if this phrase can even be said with a straight face, but an attack that is north of 2 minutes in a meta that is this tight in a grand finals match where you would expect all teams to hit with 15 stars, that was basically a 3-star fail, Maxi.
Yeah, that's a very, very good shout and a very fitting term here. As we have a very offense-heavy meta, just where the time amongst these teams mostly is decisive. We've seen so many 15-15 wars this weekend and last weekend in the first Open Cup as well. So it's really not out of the ordinary that it comes down to the time. However, with just one attack done by each team, it is still possible that the time advantage can shift towards MMG. Timpa usually though is a very, very safe attacker that attacks very, very controlled, and it is something crazy, I would say, to see him fail, because he really rarely only does.
Well, Hiroya was the slowest attacker in Reckoning's war against WBB Space, came in with a 1 minute and 39-second strike. So we'll see if he can improve on that time at all, with Root Riders in the bottom right corner now, supported with P.E.K.K.A.s creeping in over on the left side from a Siege Barracks, and a heroic strike on the right side of the space with King and Queen both getting slowed by that Ice Golem. They're charging into the core compartment now, and the Overgrowth spell should be coming out momentarily. Traps the Town Hall, a multi-inferno. Looks like he also got a scatter shot on both the right side compartment and the top side, or maybe just one on the top side compartment actually. But going after the Monolith now, that poor Root Rider has just been hammered away by super heavy DPS on defense. And Hiroya is running into just a little bit of trouble trying to keep that time on pace. Still Reckoning ahead in this race.
Yeah, and he had 4 free spells and was very hesitant to use them there on the Monolith, so it did a lot of damage, but he still has a lot of forces there. Even though the Town Hall is still alive, I think he will easily be able to overcome it with the Royal Champion and her Hawk Puppet there. He takes down the Town Hall. The poison of the Town Hall will slow him down a tad bit here, but it's still a 1 minute 27 attack, well on target for him.
Yeah, reducing the time just a little bit there. Hiroya does not find a massive victory, but as long as the hits from MMG don't just really overcompensate for Teeper's really super slow strike, a 1 minute and 27-second hit from Hiroya is just what Reckoning needs to stay on pace for victory. A little bit of a unusual miss there on the placement of those free spells toward the end, holding on to them until the very end of the attack. He probably could have shaved a few more seconds off from being hypercritical about that hit. Probably could have been accomplished closer to the 80-second mark if he had been using those free spells a little bit more aggressively. But ultimately, he did what he needed to do. No shame at all in that, and Hiroya can hold his head high, knowing that Reckoning have got a solid lead in the first 2 strikes against MMG for this round of combat, Maxi.
Yeah, and because of that, when it comes to MMG, what they need to do now is probably take a little bit more risk than they usually would, because they just need to cut off bit after bit of the time advantage that Reckoning have after the first attack. So if they can get maybe like 10-15 seconds faster now, that would be around the 1 minute 12, 1 minute 17 attack, which is definitely within reach for them. What was their average against Na'Vi? It was 117. So something that they usually can pull off. That would, you know, maybe give them a little bit more motivation and a little bit more hope that they can still turn this around after the initial 3-star fail, as you called it so fittingly.
Well, they did have a 1 minute 17 second average time, but it was pretty consistent throughout. They had 4 attacks that were all within a couple of seconds of that 81 second hit. And it was really just the one strike from Max right out of the gate that brought them 66 seconds in their time to bring them a little bit down. So with Max still up and ready to strike for Milliceme MG, expect to see another really quick strike from him. We've got some more really fast strikers as well in Kingsman, Tryhard, Nachua. There's really no weak link in this roster, but at this point they've got to make up for that time miss from Teamper early on and know exactly the task ahead of them. So let's see what Max does now. He's got a huge army of Super Barbarians ready to support the Valks and Root Riders, and he is just hot dumping them fast as his fingers can fly across this screen, charging into the bottom right line of defense for the space.
Yeah, the deployment is so fast there. Within 8 seconds, he had the Root Riders with the Warden drop, the King, the Queen, and the Wall Breakers for them, as well as the Siege Barrack on the outside. Now, let's see if the Queen can make her way into the right compartment. Yes, great job from him. And I think this attack is unfolding really, really nicely. And especially, he's got so many different parts of troops in different parts of the base that can work parallelly and thus result in a fast attack. And we have known Max to be one of the fastest attacker, even in his time in VM Legacy. The whole team actually was the fastest, and I think the first team that were able to consistently get really, really fast 3 stars. And yeah, Max showed that in the previous match there with the 66 attack, as you mentioned, but this one seems to be a little bit slower than that. We're already at 63 seconds. He realizes that there are some structures on the right side that would be left standing, so he sends in one of the Super Barbarians, has to use the Royal Champion ability now. 1 freeze in the back-end compartment, and he will definitely 3-star, but this Tornado Trap as well, Woody, this is not the fast attack that they would have hoped for.
Yeah, Max does find a little bit of difficulty through the mid and late sections of this attack. I think he was playing very cautiously, which is a little bit uncharacteristically slow for him. When he knows his team is so far behind on time, he still just puts up about a minute and what was that, close to a minute and 25.
Yeah.
Solid strike, reliable hit, nothing really out of the ordinary, but Milliceme MG did need a rather extraordinary hit there in order to get back in this race and to try to tie it up against a Reckoning squad that is now way far and ahead. We see a 1 minute and 24 second average time from Reckoning, and that last hit from Max brings the Milliceme average down to 1 minute and 46 seconds. So still a pretty appreciable lead for Reckoning, despite not having any extraordinarily fast hits on the board yet. They've just got some really tough bases, and when you've got a nut that's that difficult to crack, you really got to have a lot of pressure applied, and Milliceme MG have just not been up to the task as of yet, Naxi.
Yeah, they'd only have 4 attacks to catch up on 47 seconds, and with this one they were just able to shave off 2 seconds of that. This is not the pace that they are going to need to finish in a tie or in a victory for them, but first of all, Reckoning have to keep up their own pace and keep on tripling around the 80-85 second mark, but you know, a slip-up can happen for them as well, and we know that MMG are very well known for their good bases as well. They even held down Na'Vi to a 1 minute 22 second average, and that was before, and that was after Klaus came in with a 69 second attack in the very last attack. So they can definitely hold back their opponents and make their attacks as slow as possible. But it's really, you know, it's really, the ball is in Reckoning's corner now, and it is their game to lose at this point, I would say.
Well, good luck to both teams as we are going to be closing out the mid-war now with the next attack from Reckoning up next. Possibility still for Milliceme MG to show up with a beautiful defense to try to get that average time up for Reckoning and get this thing a little bit closer to being in the win column for them. But it's kind of an unusually slow pace for two amazing teams to start off with. Attacks average times that are both north of that 80-second mark. Nairomi will be the next to strike and has brought 4 healers, fearing nothing about time with this next attack. He's going to be supporting his queen up top side with those healers as best he can. And it's the big bomb coming on in on a Fireball Grand Warden, standard complement of equipment for that Royal Champion. But still, several dozen Super Barbarians show that they are still relevant in this metagame. Have not seen them a whole lot yet this year. But a recall spell to hot drop the queen on the bottom side with those healers now shows that Nairomi is a technical wizard at this game, Maxi.
That is definitely something creative there that I haven't seen before. He will send the, it's not a lock launcher, the wall wrecker into the town hall later on. Maybe he could try to lure the poison spell tower. I don't know if he intends to do that. Yeah, this attack is so slow. I don't know why he's doing that. He hasn't even used the Super Barbarians yet. And this, I mean, is already 1 minute down. Fireball? Okay, Nero. Oh, the queen. Oh, the queen goes down though.
No.
And this is not going great for him.
What was going through his mind that he thought that this was the better way of doing? I mean, style points, he's going to get the maximum, but in terms of time, he's already starting to fall behind. With 1 minute and 20 seconds committed, he's barely past the 60% mark, approaching the town hall, as you mentioned there, with the wall wrecker. But Super Barbarians are going to have to crack through some layers of walls, and with a couple of Teslas popping up where that Royal Champion stands, it is a uncertain future for this hit.
I agree. I don't understand. This hit. He has the Royal Champion. Okay, let's first wait how it goes. He has the Royal Champion ability, uses it, but there are traps and there are defenses, and this is not looking great for him. This, in fact, is looking like a safe fail there, and he misses the freeze as well. I mean, I would think if a player brings this type of army, then it is something that they would feel comfortable with and would have worked on, you know, try to perfect it. And now he even stops the attack, even though the Headhunter would have been able to take down one more building there with the elixir storage at the bottom side, I think. Yeah, but it was about to take them down, I think. But anyways, the very, very weird stuff here, and I mean, so much for it is Reckoning's game to lose. Now the ball is definitely in MMG's corner, and they just have to triple out. In fact, even if they fail, it is highly unlikely that they would fail underneath a 87% 2-star.
Well, he gave us a show. Nairomi with, I gotta say, a ballsy, bizarre attack, tried to get a 3-star in a way that no one would have thought possible, and turns out it was not possible.
Yeah, it seems like it. I mean, the tables have turned, that's for sure. We will see how MMG will now cope with this new situation. Of course, it makes things easier for them, and they don't have to go shaving off time from their opponents. They just have to get 3 stars in. So the only hope that the Reckoning, or if I was on the Reckoning squad, the only hope that I would have would be that now they overthink it and think like, oh, we wanted to go for a fast Root Rider attack, why don't we change it to some kind of safe Queen Charge something attack, and then mess it up because because they changed it too quickly, or because they are not as comfortable with this strategy. But here we go. Nachoa definitely did not change anything. He's coming in with the masked dragons, the queen with the giant arrow, taking care of the sweeper in the core of the base, and he's brought the king with the angry jelly to take care of defenses as quickly as possible. And so far it is looking very, very nice.
Stone Slammer in the bottom side to anchor this Mass Drag army does catch that poison spell and will keep those dragons relatively safe. We also have the Eternal Tome popped on them a bit early. Rage spell comes in through as well, and a lot of defenses are going to be crumbling now as Nachoa drops the Overgrowth later on to get that bottom central section of this base shut down. Dragons at the bottom left side are soaking the shots from that Eagle artillery, and they're going to try to make their way all the way to the Eagle there as well as that air defense of the backside. Catching a few traps though. Black bombs are going to take some shots at those balloons, but it looks like the air defense is going to get a few tough shots against them, trying to take out these dragons, but the dragons will prevail. Bottom side is a different story, as well as the Barbarian King follows through relatively unopposed against this base, but some tough center defenses still remain. It's a rage and a pop on that Royal Champion's ability to finish it off, though, and the 3-star is all but secured. Na'Vi looking to keep Milsim MG in a firm lead now. Hot off of an excellent defense, they can now claim a strong spot ahead with a star in their favor.
Yeah, great stuff there from MMG for sure. Now they are in the lead, and I messed up my notes here as I just saw, but very well done and great time there as well. Definitely exactly what they needed now, because it didn't even matter, but it's still their fastest attack so far with the 82 seconds, and they are far in the lead now.
Yeah, this is no longer a time race at all. It's a star race. And Reckoning behind on stars with only 2 attacks left from Milsim MG. It's kind of difficult to snap judgment call whether you're going to try to completely change your entire army with only a few seconds left to make a new plan up. But the 4th and 5th attackers, Kingsman and Tryhard, totally have enough time. If they want to change their entire strategy, they can go back to the drawing board, reconsider their attacks, change up their entire army, go as slow as necessary to get the confident, solid 3-star wins, and they'll walk away the victors. I mean, there's not a whole lot left to say about this match. It kind of ended in the mid-war there with that miss from Nairobi. That was a huge upset on defense. That was really not the sort of thing that we would have expected from Reckoning, a team that's gone with perfect 15 stars all throughout and been able to pull off defenses, in fact, against Synchronic and WBB Space. Now the tables have been turned, and Reckoning find themselves unable to put up a 3-star against beautiful defenses over on the MMG side of things. So great offense, great defense, a golden ticket in hand. MMG are on top of the world right now, Maxi.
Beautiful defenses and beautiful faces, especially when they get the win locked in. They will be all smiles and look even more beautiful. Great job so far from MMG, and they are very, very short away, whatever. They are just a little bit away from getting that result that they wanted to. And remember, they are a golden ticket winner already, but still they are able to hold back all of these other teams here today that they won against from getting a silver ticket. But for that, they have to go the last step. They have to get those triples in, and in order to put some more pressure on them, Reckoning, of course, is going to try to triple out their remaining 2 attacks, and because they can just hope for a MMG fail, even though at this point they are really showing incredible consistency, and it really seems out of the ordinary for them if they would fail at all.
Giant Arrow cuts through the base and does grab one of the air sweepers there right in the core. It's interesting to see STK from Reckoning swapping out for a Lava Loon army. We have seen it used a couple of times in the current metagame, and it can strike pretty quickly, but it often requires so much setup that it's rare to find the right sort of base to use it against. Maybe because Reckoning know that this is not a time-based match anymore, that they're more willing to bring back the Lava Loon against a match like this. And if they're able to take down the Town Hall, that's a pretty solid opening salvo here. The Barbarian King gets it done, being brought back up by the Phoenix. And now it's time to Law Loon for the win, Maxi.
Yeah, indeed, but the Warden ability just for a couple of troops here still has a blimp to use at some point, but honestly it is looking really, really solid so far. The Royal Champion has her ability, the Queen seems to be pretty safe there. She will take out this last scatter shot there, and it's basically all about everything converging into this centered monolith there. This one rocket balloon nicely triggering the red air bombs that can thus not damage those balloons anymore. There are a couple more, in fact, but yeah, this is definitely a 3-star. 2 more spells in the bag. STK making it look easy with this one. But yeah, they have to fail on their side as well, so it doesn't really matter how solid and how clear this 3-star is. They still need to hope for the defense.
STK clutch A 3-star with a freeze ready to swag. Not used, but Reckoning do know that time is not the factor. 3 stars are all they really care about at this point. And with another one put up here by STK, he's done all he really can be expected to do for his team. They just have to hold off and pray for a defense against a seemingly unstoppable Millicene MG squad that has been rampaging through this bracket, undefeated all the way through, and with 15 stars to their name in every round so far, you can't expect that they're going to slip up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was checking there when I looked to my left. 15 stars in every single war. 5 wars so far. All of them were perfect wars, and right now there are 3 attacks in, and all of them are 3 stars. So that would be 28 out of 28 attacks. Quite the impressive record there. But you know, pressure is the highest, of course, when you're in the final, when it is for the $2,000, as we said over and over again. This victory here, for whoever it will be, will secure the spot in our Snapdragon Pro Series season finale of this current season number 5, and also a share of the $50,000 prize pool that will then be guaranteed, and they have the chance to win the golden ticket. For MMG that doesn't really matter, but they can still hold teams that they don't want to see in the World Championship back from winning that silver ticket.
Next strike will be from Millicene MG, as we just need 2 more from them to seal the deal and confirm victory for a World Championship qualified team. This is not quite over yet, so we can't yet etch this in stone, but there is very little hope left for Reckoning of getting a defense against a team that knows that they don't even have to worry about time at all. This is a team that does not miss even when their backs are up against a wall. So with all the space now to come out swinging in the next round, what will they bring? Tryhard has got a huge complement of healers to support this queen into a Root Rider Valkyrie army with a pretty standard setup of pets and equipment as well. No surprises, no fancy footwork with 36 Super Barbarians, not trying to outshow Nairomi's creativity here. It's just going to be straight up good old-fashioned clashing from Tryhard.
Yeah, the queen takes on the king there. Let's see, she will go to the right. Yeah, then he has brought 4 wall breakers and a jump. I think the wall breakers are all for the queen, and the jump is going to be used for his king somewhere. But he knows that in a queen charge type... Queen will walk. That is not good. He knows that in the queen charge type of attack, it is all about the queen charge, and that is why he's focusing on it right now. But we also talked about it, how doing things that these players are not used to anymore can result in mistakes. And I think that Tryhard is now reacting to things not going great here for him with sending the king in. He uses the queen ability at the same time as he uses an invisibility spell, something you do not want to do, and the king is quickly taken on by the monolith. So far it's not really going according to plan. The queen has used the ability and she is low on health. He has to use a rage. It's late. Woody, what's going on? Tryhard seems to be throwing this attack.
This is a terrifying spot to be in now. This is completely away from the plan that he had intended. The healers will still get a little bit of value if he can salvage them, but he's holding onto those freeze spells, allowing the multi-archer tower to just pick away at them. That's going to cause them to go down, and there'll be very little help for the remaining Root Riders now, frozen by an Ice Golem on defense. A Barbarian King is going to be taken down, as well as we're just waiting for the Royal Champion in the core to try to finish off this Town Hall. The second star is claimed, and the Root Riders are trying to salvage this base. He knows that he actually does not have to get a 3-star here. He just needs to get more than a 2-star, 87%, and Millicene MG will still be in the lead. He's starting to focus now on the percentage game as he drops a wizard over on the left side, waiting for these Root Riders to crash through into the core and do as much damage as they could possibly do. He's climbing closer on that percentage race and knows that this is going to still be a solid strike, but can he cross that 87% threshold, Maxi?
It's not looking like it. He doesn't have any super barbarians. He can get 1 more building with the... two more buildings. He's not going to get it, Woody.
That's it.
He's going to end at 77. He's going to try to go for the pet house, but I don't think he will get it in time.
Was
Once
the
the queen is
idea
on the
that
right side... Sorry, you go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, was the idea that a queen charge was going to be a safer way to try to execute this base? That using the healers would just like guarantee that she was going to stay up?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. What I don't understand though is why he didn't bring any super barbarians to funnel his queen. Like, you have to know that everything is about the funnel for your queen. If you want to get her into the base, go a certain path that you are hoping for. And I think it was just quite negligent from him to not do that. He could have maybe used the super goblin that he brought at the bottom side to funnel 1 or 2 buildings, but all in all, he just seemed to be nervous, to be honest. We've seen Tryhard in so many high-pressure situations. He was runner-up in the very first World Championship in 2019, so he is literally a veteran of Clash of Clans competitive, of Clash of Clans esports. But yeah, today he just didn't have the edge in this attack, and I mean, both of us, all of us, have said it over and over. It really only finishes after the last attack. All of these pros, no matter how experienced they are, they can fail if things go extremely wrong. And that's exactly what happens here. And now it is, yeah, all in Reckoning's favor here.
A rally for Reckoning. Two teams that had not yet missed a single 3-star both miss in spectacular fashion, and Ryuta has the opportunity to close this out for a Reckoning win if he 3-stars this base, Maxi.
Yeah, and it is looking good so far. The funnel is created there with the queen on one side, and the other side with the Stone Slammer and the Inferno Baby Dragon. The dragons are in the core of the base, will shortly be protected by the Warden ability. He just has to make sure his queen survives. Nice job there with the free spell and the Headhunter. Yeah, and that's exactly what I think Infinity Angel wrote in the chat. Tryhard was lazy on the rages in his previous attack, and that's exactly right. I think he just expected more from his queen than she was able to deliver, and that might be because he's not used to queen charging in the current meta, because the defenses like the multi-archer towers and the multi-cannons are just way stronger than defenses used to be on other town hall levels when queen charges were much more common. But looking back at this attack, Woody, with all of these spells Ryuta still has left, it's looking like a 3-star for sure.
Yeah, Ryuta has done it. Reckoning have threaded the needle with an amazing defense against a stellar opponent. Tryhard's assault has been rebuffed, and Ryuta will put the final nail in the coffin. Reckoning are the winners of the Snapdragon Pro Series Cup number 2. They will be moving on to the Open Finals Cup, where they have a chance to contend that $50,000 prize pool, while Milliseum MG will have to just be happy with 50 points on the leaderboard. That'll put them tied for first place alongside VM Surgical, the finalists from last month. But neither of those two teams were in the bracket in the other month that they didn't compete in. And so it's just going to be a tie for the top 2 in that spot. Synchronic will hold on to a solid 3rd place showing, having been a semifinalist once and a quarterfinalist once. They have 35 points. While VM Legacy, Dizzy X Zenizos, and Na'Vi will all each have 25 points total, tied for 4th place.
Yeah, with so many things happening here in the last couple of minutes, it actually took me a minute to realize that this was the winning strike there from Ryuta in that last attack. But yeah, glad she pointed it out. They have done it. They have won today, and they have also secured the $2,000 that they will get at least from the $50,000 prize pool. So yeah, this attack or this fail from Tryhard must really, really hurt him and the whole team. This was the $2,000 match, and but yeah, we can only learn from that, you know. Never feel too safe, even if your opponent 2-stars at this level, where we see 3-stars left and right all the time. We said it before, maybe we jinxed it. 28 out of 28 attacks with 3-stars for MMG, and now in this most important one where they could secure the $2,000 and the spot in the season final, the fail comes up. Very, very unfortunate for them. And I mean, you gotta give, I mean, I don't want to talk badly about Tryhard. Quite the contrary, he's such a good player and has thrown nerfs so many times. but something went wrong for him today. May it be concentration, or maybe it was the wrong choice of a strategy. But these things can happen. But yeah, it cost them a lot today.
Well, we can never call a war too early. We certainly have had an upset here in the final match, but that's the same sort of thing that we've seen in previous hits today. I mean, Simon from Synchronic coming in with a 2-star 99%. Dima from Na'Vi with an attack that approached the 2-minute mark. These are amazing players, and it's a very interesting development in the metagame for it to be so offensively oriented, and knowing that these players are so extremely good but not perfect. There are still opportunities for mistakes. There's still chances for clever base builders to have a decisive effect on this metagame. And so it seems in the case here for Reckoning that an amazingly designed base is able to deny Milliceme MG what they were hoping for. Kudos to Kingsman for keeping his head held high and going forth with a strong attack to finish out this war, looking for the 14 stars, but they'll still be behind on percentage to Reckoning and will have to be satisfied with 50 points on the leaderboard, tied for first place with VM Surgical, and will have to vie for their qualification to the Open Finals in future weeks.
Yeah, MMG almost brought who was it? Yeah, Reckoning almost brought also brought the VIP base here that defended against Synchronic and held Tempa back to a very, very slow time. So it shows that their base building is actually on the same level. But yeah, I think we definitely saw the two best teams here, even though it's a 14-14 in the end. Great job once again to Kingsman, keeping his head up and still tripling this base in style with an 81-second attack. Very, very solid there. The captain stepping up once more, showing what he's got. But in the end, yeah, it was a couple of percentage points missing and a single queen charge attack. It might have an effect on all of those teams for future wars. If they only need to save 3 stars, if they really want to go with some kind of queen charge that they don't really use often anymore, or if they just stick to what they know and are best at.
Well, congratulations again to Reckoning, your champions for today. One last look at the bracket and you'll get to see that their advancement to the Open Finals was well-deserved. Superb defenses against both Milliceme MG and Synchronic. And even when they missed, they kept their heads on straight, coming out with a 2-star 87% as their lowest strike in that last war, but 3 stars across the board from the other 4 players, and will be guaranteed a minimum of $2,000, as you mentioned, with a maximum of $20,000 in our 50K prize pool during the Open Finals. They also were victorious over WBB Space in that first round. All the teams that competed in the bracket today will be scoring leaderboard points. Remember, it's the champions from each of our 4 Open Cups that will earn a guaranteed spot in the Finals Cup. But it is still up to the leaderboard to determine the 4 remaining teams that are going to be competing in that open match. So VM Surgical now alongside Milliceme MG both have 50 points at the very top. Still a great chance for them to be able to move on. If there's any other teams that you'd put your bet and wagers with, it has got to be VM Surgical and Milliceme MG. They only really need to requalify to another bracket and they'll have a very, very solid positioning. But congrats also to Synchronic on a double showing now. They're the only team to be in the bracket at the top here twice. And so showing up with 35 total points on the leaderboard, they've got an Open Finals position if they can just hold on to their spot toward the top here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So this leaderboard is quite interesting to keep an eye on, but we also have to keep in mind we're only 2 cups in, so that's halfway through, as we have 4 Open Cups in this Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. There will only be 50 points handed out 2 more times, but a lot can theoretically still shift in this leaderboard. We definitely do know, though, that so far Reckoning and HTM Esports NA have made it to our season final already, and the remaining 6 are yet to be decided on. We talked about it before. Our next Open Cup will happen in 3 weeks from now. It will be start 4 hours earlier than it started today. So basically around the time that currently is in whatever area you are of the world. It is 5 p.m. CEST, I can say that much. And we really hope we will welcome you back then. Maybe as viewers, but maybe also as players, as you can still sign up and register for our next Open Cups and try to get your spots in the season final and the last chance qualifier of the World Championship.
Well, big thanks to Supercell and to the Snapdragon Pro Series squad for hosting this event. Huge congratulations to the players who are advancing through, and take a look now at the leaderboard as it now has been confirmed as of last week. I know also now that Milliseam MG are going to have actually 50 points from their finals performance here today. So I'm sure we'll get that updated shortly. But at any rate, we want to also thank everyone who tuned in to watch the matches today. Thanks also to Maxi and Bash, who was on earlier co-casting the matches, as well as our community casters. Big thanks to Susie Gaming for sending some love our way with a host in the final minutes here. And also to all the other community casters out there. I know Marinol is streaming in Portuguese, Cheyenne in Spanish, Coco also in English, Noobs is casting as well. So thank you to everyone out there, even those unnamed who gave us some more eyes and ears and attention to what's going on here. We certainly have an amazing show ahead for the weeks to come, and some of the highest level of Clash of Clans competition that you can expect. That's all from me. Maxi, do you want to close us out with anything else?
Definitely, I'm very excited about these coming weeks, and yeah, great that you shouted out all of the community casters as well. It's very nice to have so much reach with this Snapdragon Pro Series, as we see the best teams of the world for the first time in the Snapdragon Pro Series, as it is global now. We saw an NA team on top. Today we saw an all-star lineup with European and Asian-based players on top. Who will be next? It can be anyone, including you, as we already said. So we will have to wait 3 weeks, and then we will find out in the next Open Cup. I really hope that we will see all of you there again. Until then, clash on!